Right then. What are we doing? Hello, Enrico. How are you? Hello, Sandwich. You're late for your run again. Don't be late for your run. It's unbecoming. Okay. Please give us the weather report. What's it gonna be like today, Enrico? And what should we do about it? Is it finally time to install an AC unit? Maybe it is time to do some AC work. It is warm and I am tired. What monitor do I use? I have 3 very cheap AOC 4K monitors, like $200 each kind of thing, right? And I have a fancy LG monitor, 32-inch, which I don't remember exactly what model it is, but it's nice. The chance of thunder, interesting. So here's my predicament. I don't feel like writing code today, but I have nothing else to do. So what do we do? Well, we only have one bug to fix. Ish. Maybe that's what we'll do then, right? Can I write your code? Maybe I could, Nightshade. I can't answer that because I don't know what code it is. But then it wouldn't be your code. So I guess me writing the code would inadvertently make it my code and not your code. So I suppose the answer is no then. What do I do with 61 gigs of memory? How am I using 10 gig already, right? You know what, Toasty? I had 128, but I sent half of it back. When I built this machine, I built a machine that was supposed to last me 10 years. So I threw in 128 gigs of RAM in there. And I've never come close to using that, I thought. So I just sent half of it back. There was just no point. Well, 16 gig would be a stretch, as you can see. I am using 10, but 24, 32, whatever, that would have been fine, right? But it depends on what you do, right? So some of the stuff I do requires a lot of RAM. Like DaVinci Resolve is not... yeah, let's not forget browsers, right? I barely use 2 gigs of memory, yeah, but you are probably not running a lot of heavy video editing and software like that. They probably don't do a lot of post-processing in that case, right? It eats up the memory. Also, are you sure you have your 100 mandatory tabs open in Firefox though, right? That's important. Yeah, I don't know what I have, Marvin, but yeah, the performance was definitely not 100%. That's what happened to me. I couldn't run the RAM at maximum capacity, could I? So, what do I have right now? It's not a performance anxiety, but rather there's a pressure to do something, but I don't really want to do it. But I guess this is what it's like when what you do for fun is also a job, right? And you treat it as such. If you don't, you will fail. It's as simple as that. I'm saying this preemptively because there's some smarty pants out there who thinks of the obvious solution, and then for some reason they think that they are the only person who can think of that obvious solution, and thereby insulting everyone's intelligence by stating that. How caustic. But, chicken butt. We are going to do some programming. I'm just going to finish my tea there. Hello, Runtime. How you doing, buddy? Oh, shit. Did I forget to pop out my chat? No, I did not. And that's okay. Well, I did, but there was nothing there. I'm surprised to see you over at the Twitch end. Yeah, that's supposed to be you, Runtime. No one is doing that. Hello, Akras. Some programming, you say. Yeah. I don't know why I have headphones, so I'm not listening to anything. I can't seem to wake up either. I was up way too late. I knew I was going to be hungover today because V and Babe was drinking yesterday. And I said I'll get a sympathy hangover from this conversation. We talked so much about alcohol. I used to be a bartender, and I told him about the some of the lingo in bartending, right? So you can, if you go to a bar where an actual bartender works, not the busboy who's also subbing in for the bartender, right? If you go to a bar with an actual knowledgeable bartender, you can tweak your drinks by adding phrases to it. So, for instance, fuzzy would be peach. Is it peach schnapps you add? Fuzzy? Against the wall is Galliano. A liqueur commonly ruined by the youth for consuming too much of it and getting violently sick. Screw, that's orange juice. And kiss is amaretto. So if you order a screwdriver with a kiss, then you get a screwdriver with a splash of amaretto in it. And if you order a fuzzy screwdriver with a kiss up against the wall, that would be vodka, orange juice, peach schnapps, amaretto, and Galliano, right? Now Jaeger is not really part of the when this lingo came to be. I don't think Jägermeister was really that prominent, right? There's a lot of trends in the bartending world as well, right? So some 10, 15, maybe even 20 years ago, I think that there was it Appletini that was like the latest and greatest, right? So everything was so a brand will release something, and then they will have professional bartenders bang out a bunch of like drink recipes. So you have like the fashionable stuff, and then you have the classics like Sidecar, Tom Collins, Pina Colada, and all that stuff, right? Whiskey sours and what have you, 7-7s, all that stuff. So you got the classics, and then you got like the new trendy stuff as well, right? So I think the jargon, the mutator words for drinks, they came around. I think they came around in the 90s. I was not a bartender in the 90s. I wasn't allowed to sell alcohol then. But or serve. But yeah. Anyway, But I don't think it's because he was on a bender yesterday that I'm feeling this way. I think it's because I stayed up later than usual and
Griffin just rated with 43 viewers.
Hello, Taurus. How you doing? Hello, Griffin. Welcome, Raiders. How you doing? Poor Richard. Did he ever get his answer? Griffin. Well, he got his answer, but did he ever hear it? If you don't get that, I guess you had to be there, right? So, yeah. Oh, wow, this thing has been in the sun. This is very warm now. Hopefully it's not warm on the inside. It is not. Okay, let's put this out of the sun. Hello, everyone. Right, I'm trying to convince myself to write some code. So we're working on this multiplayer project, right? Which is almost done. It's sort of, for all intents and purposes, quite simple. You send all your inputs to the server. It's all deterministic, and the server will simulate the world, and you will simulate the world locally for you, and the server will send you all the updates, and then you will reconciliate the updates. So if you try to cheat, that's not going to work because the server will send you the source of truth, right? So you will not be able to cheat in that sense, right? Because we're not sending position information, we're sending inputs, like go north for 20 milliseconds, and then you execute that on the client and on the server, and then for that frame, the server will then tell you that on frame 267, you're supposed to move north for 20 milliseconds, and you look at your data, you rewind time back to then, and then you reapply all the inputs, and therefore you reconciliate. So we've done this. This looks good and works really well. And then the next thing to do is to interpolate the entities that we get from the server, the multipliers, so the other players, right? So when other players move around, well, why don't I show you? Because it looks pretty jerky. And we can see this here, maybe. Let me see what I broke this morning. Maybe there's nothing. Okay, so let's run this. As we get two clients now, right? Okay, so we have one client over here and one client over here. And if I move things with the controller, you're going to see one of them is very smooth. All right, so this is very smooth. But on this guy, on this one, you can see he's moving smooth here, but here is not, right? So this is a very unpleasant experience, right? If you're trying to aim at this guy and shoot him, right? That's gonna be problematic. Well, mainly because he's got, I don't know, like a fat arm and an upside down cross. He's, you know, the devil's child apparently, or a sword and a shield. I don't know. It's up to you. Hello, ONGG. So, all right, so you can move around. It looks really jerky. So the idea is that we collect frames from the we collect frames for these remote entities, and then we look at the last two frames, and then we interpolate the position between them, right? Coffee yet? Maybe some coffee. And we should be able to do that, so we move them smoothly. There's a caveat to that, of course, because it means that as you are observing the world, right, you are in now, but the other entities, they're in the past, right? So this is where the entity's previous frame was. This is where the entity is now. So when you're observing yourself in now, you have to interpolate that. Well, that was a very lovely curly bracket, right? You have to interpolate the current frame with the old frame. So by the time you reach this point in the interpolation, this frame becomes this frame. So you're always seeing the world one frame or one server tick in the past. Which also means, and we haven't come to this yet, but that also means that any action that you apply to the world needs to happen one frame in the past. So when you're saying, I am firing a gun northwards, because there's another player there, then the server has to go, okay, you're firing a gun, you lunatic. Then let's go back one frame and see where everyone was one frame in the past. So you're applying your action to the previous frame because that is what you observed. Anyway, as much as I can sound like I know what I'm doing, I have no idea. But we are going to try to fix this with a little bit of brain thinky. So we'll see, right? Hello, zombie, how you doing? Why is coffee good and bad at the same time? I mean, like, someone offered you some like bitter, filthy water, but like, drink this. But it's disgusting. Yeah, but keep drinking until you like it. When does that happen? Maybe when you're 90. But what? It is good, all right. Is that hit scan? I don't know. My favorite kind of bean water. But this thing at least keeps it warm enough so I can finish my tea. But it's such a bad thermos cup that it doesn't stay warm for a day. Which is good because it makes it drinkable. I bought my wife these Contigo mugs. They're really good. They disintegrate. Contigo mugs. These ones, they disintegrate in the dishwasher, right? The coating on them. But other than that, so they just go from that to this, right? But other than that, these things have been pretty good at keeping the temperature, right? So they are quite all right. Vanilla soy latte is 3-bean soup. I guess you're right. Well, no, I don't guess you're right. You are right. So you got vanilla beans, you got soybeans, and you got coffee beans in there, right? Oh, wow. I did that, and this thing just threw coffee everywhere. Oh, well. The dreaded net code gamers blame. Well, the thing is, everyone is operating under the same circumstances. So blaming the net code is basically saying that you deserve preferential treatment because you're so bad at the game, right? I mean, isn't that what you're saying? Everyone's operating under the same circumstances. You just got skill issue and you can't deal with it. Anyway, so what shall we do? Well, we need to interpolate the frames, right? And how shall we do that? How do we get the right interpolation? So I don't think this is necessarily wrong. I just think that my time is wrong. So let's just start from scratch. This is the player. This is done. We're good here. Let's delete all of this. All right. And let's figure out how we're going to do the history here. I can't stop drinking this filthy bean water. It is good and disgusting at the same time. I am so confused by this. It's like the blue cheese of drinks, right? Right, so we're setting the instant now. So it should be interpolated between... Oh, hang on. Hello, New Mood. How you doing? Finally found a dev. Is there no devs? We are. What work am I doing for you? And how much you pay me? I work for £4.50 an hour. I actually did work for £4.50 an hour for a while. It was a live-in pub where you basically live at the top of the pub and then you work in the pub. And if you're like traveling, great. But if you're just living life, not so great. Favorite blue cheese combo? As in like what you add blue cheese with, or which two moldy cheeses would you like to combine into a super cheese that has a life of its own? I think my biggest blue cheese weakness, though, Rensky, I don't know if you have this chain where you live, but we had a chain where I used to live. Right, there was a chain called GBK or Gourmet Burger Kitchen, and they had a habanero burger with chunky chips and a blue cheese dip and a filthy strawberry milkshake. And basically, you probably consumed 1 week's worth of calories in one sitting. But that freaking blue cheese dip was so good. Alright. So it's like a mixture of blue cheese, mayo, lemon juice, salt, pepper, and who knows what else they put in there, right? Holy diabetes, right? It was pretty violent, right? the combo. But then that was good. So blue cheese dip, right? That's my blue cheese weakness, right? I make it sometimes at home. It's not particularly hard to make. I mean, I basically listed the recipe, right? Some people add sour cream to it, some people don't, but the end result is almost as good as what they had over at GBK, right? Fruit and wine or something. Oh man, do I look that pretentious to you? All right. I mean, I know the man bun makes me look a bit vegan, but fruit and wine. Jesus, my favorite wine, right? My favorite wine was Muriel, right? Muriel was like I think it was 11 pounds for a bottle of, was it a Gran Reserva maybe? And that was my favorite wine. And the same year I discovered that, I drank wines for like 70 euros, 130 euros, because I was interested in wine and I explored a lot of these things, right? I didn't have a man bun then. I had a suit and an expensive tasting wine. But all that pretentious bullshit aside, right? The wine that I liked was the one that I bought at the corner shop where I lived, and that was a Muriel. And that, for some reason, that one was just perfectly balanced. It was very affordable and very good. And when I drank that, and I've tasted all the expensive wines, and I realized how pretentious people really can be, and that's okay. Like if that's your jam, right? Then go for it. But to me, I will openly just confess to being a Philistine or a complete fucking muggle when it comes to like fancy taste and stuff. I think it's half of it is just ritual and half of it is just make believe, right? Wine tasting is a scam. It's a lot of body fluids in a bucket, man. There's no part of me that will think that is something posh. I did go to a wine tasting in Rioja where my favorite wines were produced. I was a big fan of the heavy Spanish reds, right? So I went to a wine tasting there, and it was a fun experience, but definitely, I also went to a proper wine tasting. The girl I was going out with at the time, she lived, her parents lived in Vitoria-Gasteiz, which is in the Basque Country, which is not Spain, and you are kindly reminded of that repeatedly when you're there. But if you call it Spain, you might as well call the Welsh English, right? It's not a good idea. And they can hurl sheep like nobody's business, right? But yes, I was there, and this guy, right, this friend of the family, he owns a store that sells only wine, and he closed the store down one evening for like a private wine tasting with like really fancy wines and stuff like that, right? And again, it's like a pleasant experience, right? But it's not like, ooh, let's go to a wine tasting. Those words will never escape these lips in earnest, right? I understand people liking peat whiskey. The stuff is awful. Right. See, this is the thing. This is where my pretentious weakness really shines, though. My last bottle of whiskey that I drank and cherished was Artberg, Lord of the Isle, 23 years old. If you look that up, you will think that I lost my marbles. Okay. Lord of the Isle Ardbeg, 23 years old. Go and look at the price of that thing, right? And I drank that. Not in one sitting, because that would be a crime. But that's the last whiskey I drank that I cared for. And after that, you can't really, you can't compete. You can't buy anything fancier because it's just not sustainable, right? Yeah. But I really like that smoky, peaty, a good single malt that's not burning your throat. But if the whiskey is burning your throat, right, that's because you're buying really young whiskey, right? The really aged whiskey has a very round and pleasant aftertaste. And whiskey should be had with a few drops of water in it, right? No, it's not something you throw a bottle of Coke into, and it's not something, for God's sake, you do not put ice into whiskey. You basically, the ice will reduce the flavor, right? Ice in drinks makes them less flavorful, right? The whiskey was, I'll drop it in chat. You drank 2 steam machines worth of whiskey. The thing is, Rensky, when I bought it, it wasn't as pricey as it would be today, right? The one that I drank was probably closer to half the price of what you end up paying today or around there. Hello, Cookers. Wait. Cookers and Tim. Shit, man. What a troll name. How you doing? How you doing, Cook? It's a very, one steam machine. Yeah. It's a very nice whiskey. Very pleasant, and certainly not something you get drunk on. Like I said to VM Babe last night, you can drink maybe 1 or 2 glasses of the expensive stuff, and if you want to keep drinking, then you swap to something cheaper, right? But the alcohol doesn't interest me, right? I don't drink, I don't smoke, I basically have nothing fun going for me whatsoever, right? Okay. Let's do this. Okay, so what we're supposed to do is we're supposed to interpolate between the entity positions, right? So if we don't set the position for the sprite, but instead we just add it to the history, and then we're supposed to interpolate the time. And I think this is where I'm doing something wrong. I think the time here is wrong, right? And I price things in Steam machines. I really hope the Steam machine succeeds, because it's like a step forward in the evolution of gaming, right? It's a step forward in the evolution of gaming, because we kind of remove the console from the equation, even though it is a console, right? So people who want to play console games can buy a Steam machine, but you can also use it as a computer. And a lot of the games are available on the Steam machine. And people who want to play the games but don't buy the Steam machine, they just game with the PC, right? So it's this perfectly unifying object of gaming in the sofa with controllers and your imaginary friends, or sitting alone in the dark playing Balatro, thinking about your life choices, right? There's like there's no like Sony or Microsoft, other than Windows users, of course, right, involved in the whole thing, right? So they basically have console gaming, but it also adds gaming on Linux or Windows if you want to. It adds this cross-platform gaming, right? So now the idea of like, crossplay, this just your game, you can play a game on a PlayStation and you can play with your friends who has PC. That's no longer, that doesn't have to be a feature. That's just the nature of things with the Steam machine, because it's all just PC gaming, right? Steam machines came in at a bad time. Maybe. We can't really say this yet. It's very easy to look at it and go like, yeah, Steam machines came in at a bad time, right? RAM and storage is expensive now. But RAM and storage is expensive now regardless, right? It's not going to make your game console go down in price, right? So instead of people, I mean, like, what do you think the PlayStation 6 is going to look like price-wise? So I think whether it's bad or not, we can't really tell just yet. I don't think we can tell just yet. Okay, so let's think for a second, right? Hello, everyone in chat now. How you doing? I imagine sales are down across the board. Yeah, Xbox Helix is probably going to compete in the same space. I have never heard of Xbox Helix, Rensky. What's Xbox Helix? And whose hair is this? Let me do a detour. I'm about to apply my brain, and you guys should be scared. Let's see what this is. Microsoft hasn't had a proper consumer reveal for Project Helix yet, but between flurry of leaks, an official GDC 2026 keynote by Jason Ronald, and AMD's own disclosures, we already know a surprising amount about the next Xbox console. Speaking of which, by the way, I think I heard somewhere, and can someone like maybe confirm this or call bullshit, but is Nvidia getting out of the graphics card game for gaming? Is Nvidia no longer gonna put any effort into gaming hardware, right? You want a great game for Xbox, but anything they make for the reason consoles are meaningful, the reason they were meaningful was because of the unique titles, right? So on Nintendo system, you had the Zelda series, you had Mario, if that was your jam. On Sega systems, you had Sonic and whatever, right? Although Sega is kind of a thing in the past now. But like these things existed, and they were like, oh, you want to play the Legend of Zelda? Then you have to buy Nintendo, right? If you wanted to play Horizon Zero Dawn, you had to buy PlayStation. If you wanted to play Gears of War or Halo, it was Xbox, right? But since a lot of these things, except Nintendo, is transferred over to the PC, what's the point? They come back to it 100%, but right now Nvidia has left the chat for gaming. I think this, hopefully AMD seem to be on a good trajectory overall, right? Open drivers for Linux, they're doing gaming hardware. I'm hoping that Nvidia feels a bit like the AMD hasn't turned scummy yet, in my book, as far as I know. They've probably done some controversial, stupid things, but they haven't reached like the pinnacle of disgust yet. So until they do that, I hope they stay the course, right? Just use emulator, but that's not really that's not really an answer for people who buy consoles, is it, right? The reason people buy consoles, a large reason people buy consoles, is because they don't want to fuck around with that stuff, right? Then, I mean, yeah, get a Linux box and RetroArch and you're done, right? But that's not what majority of people will do. And besides, some people want to sit down and game, not sit down and configure something for 10 hours, right? So I think emulators aren't necessarily a solution, and we're not even touching the legal aspect of that, right? Anyway, let's see what this thing is, right? It's a hybrid console PC capable of running both Xbox console games and PC titles from storefronts like Steam and Gredo Games, right? With it, Microsoft hopes to reframe what a living room gaming box can be. I mean, like, how is this even a thing? I mean, the Steam machine is already doing this. So what are Microsoft hoping to do? Mimic the Steam machine. That's what I'm reading. Read this article with the caveat that much of the information below, particularly on the hardware side, comes from leakers and inside sources rather than official announcement. What a pleasantly honest thing to say, right? What a pleasantly honest write-up. Okay, 2027. Unlike Sony, Microsoft is talking about the cadence of console launches. The second generation of the Xbox debuted 4 years after the original, which didn't have its PS3 ready until a year later. The Xbone landed in 2013. It's 2013. I have one of these, right? Maybe Steam Machine, but make it worse with Windows. Yeah, and I think it is objectively worse at that point, right? With a Steam Machine, you could just install Windows on your Steam Machine if you wanted to, right? You have it's completely open, right? You own it. You can do whatever you want, right? I doubt whatever this is going to be the same, right? The console launched at the same time. That's partly why I wasn't surprised when rumors that Microsoft wanted to beat Sony to the market once again started circulating a while ago, nearly 2 years ago. Cod Leaker goes on to chat that the company might attempt a late 2026 launch, having shunned a mid-generation refresh, unlike Sony, which released the PS5 Pro. Man, was that a flop or not? I honestly don't know. But I remember them being heinously expensive. The first dev kits available to devs was starting next year. That time is no longer realistic. However, that doesn't necessarily mean the overall strategy has changed if they are distributed in 2027. So they're going to compete with Steam that has a massive library already. And arguably, I don't know how they're going to compete with Steam other than their loyal fan base, right? Because of all they can hold, right? They canceled my Windows key after 8-9 years. What? How can they do that? That's I don't know. Like that seems illegal. Reputable sources have suggested that Sony might delay its PS6 to 2028 or even later due to ongoing memory and storage shortages, right? Yeah, so this is why I don't know if the Steam Machine is having an unfortunate launch or not, right? The circumstances are unfortunate for us, but there are no new consoles. No one's going to bring out a new console because of the cost and everything, right? So I think the Steam Machine is basically this generation's console, right? Those component issues also making price for both consoles uncertain. The Series X launched at $499 in 2020, but that era is almost over for Helix based on leaked hardware specifications. Even though earlier AMD inside have placed the console in the over 1K range, right? Wearing those figures were calculated before the shortages caused a massive price hike for both memory and storage. Holy shit. So you're looking at what, 1,500 then, right? So if the Steam Machine starts at 1K now, this thing is either going to sell at a loss or it's going to be like 1,500 to 1,800, right? The CEO, Asha Sharma, confirmed that those shortages will affect both pricing and availability. We don't know much of that. The following specifications reported primarily. So the thing is, when it comes to the hardware side of things as well, one of the most successful consoles out there is the Nintendo Switch, right? It's a massively successful console. Lots of people. I even have a Switch, right? Despite the shitty Joy-Cons and stuff, it's a great console conceptually, right? And you have severely underpowered hardware on that compared to a PS5, right? Anyway, let's so basically what they're supposed to do is create they're intending to create a console that mimics the Steam Machine, but it's gonna cost more and be bound to Windows. And what Xbox games will you have available that you can't play on PC, right? Why would you buy that? Who's that console for? Bring your own RAM, right? Yeah. PlayStation offsets its price by forcing you to use their store and buy their subscription. That's why Steam Machine always will be more expensive. Either that, Xbox will be even more expensive because more powerful, or it will be as locked as current console and force you to pay later. Yeah, I mean that's historically how consoles made their money, right? They sold the console at a loss and then made up the money in game sales. But since the games are now available on PC, and a lot of people already have a massive Steam library, they're not going to want to jump to whatever, right? And there's not really a reason of yeah, but there's not really a reason to throw out. So like this, if you have an Xbox, if you have an Xbone, right, and you have your game library there, the cost of games is probably not going to be lower on whatever Xbox store there is, right? So by the time you're going to upgrade from your Xbox One to whatever, I mean, they have to make the games backwards compatible, right? That is a must. Otherwise, you lose your entire game library, right? If you know what, if Microsoft did that, I would almost pat them on the back for being so atrocious. That there has to be something clinically wrong with them, right? If they release a console that doesn't support your entire Xbox library, that would be, what a move that would be. So there would be zero reason for them to exist in the game space at that point, right? Anyway, okay, so let's think about this. We should interpolate between the position that we have based on the ticks, right? So let's think about this, right? We are storing the position and the current timestamp. So we should interpolate between the previous timestamp and the current timestamp. So we should take the previous, the current minus the previous, and then that timestamp, we're going to keep adding to that, right? Until they match up. But that will shrink. So we would have to take 1 minus that and clamp it, right? Should we try that and see what that looks like? So it's a little bit backwards, but I think maybe it's the way to go, right? So we will take our current value, right? So we'll have I didn't think you could write this, but I wrote it anyway. Can you deconstruct a hang on, let's go on a detour. Whoops. You didn't see that. Okay. So can we deconstruct a slice? Something like that. Refutable pattern. Okay. No, we can't, right? It would make sense that we couldn't do that. We could if it was an array, maybe. An array we can deconstruct, but not something that might have a different size. We can deconstruct it using a match statement though. So we could write this as, well, we have nothing to do if we did this, right? If we match on this, right? Sorry, I'm learning to type again. So this would be, we can't do anything from here. This holds the same, right? So this and this are both patterns that we can't do anything with, right? If we have A and B, then we can return A and B here, right? So we have to have at least that. Even if we add more values, but if we take this away, we can't do anything, right? Hello, Temporis, how you doing? Happy birthday to you. Wednesday? Damn. How you been? I see you were playing Ark Raiders yesterday. I'm never invited to play with Temporis though. Not after the Remnant fiasco. What language were you using most before Rust? Just before Rust was probably Python that I wrote the most, right? Hello, Talk, how you doing? Really, Temporis, that sucks. Maybe they have some ethical loot boxes you can purchase that contain stuff. Okay. Yes, I am. It's not bad. It's not too bad yet, right? But we'll get. The thing is, heat doesn't bother me, right? A lot of people are crying about the heat, but unless you don't have running water, then if you have no running water, then you have my sympathy, right? But basically, if you're struggling with the heat, just take a shower, okay? It's probably that time of year anyway, right? Take a cool shower. A long cool shower will cool you down for a long period of time, right? So have a 5-10 minute cool shower and you'll be cool for 2 hours, right? Old Spanish trick, right? You get in the pool, if you have one of those. I can promise you I don't, unless you count the puddles. But yeah. Shower you, yeah. But if you live by the sea, just go and plunge your face into the water and you'll be fine, right? And I think that's probably something that is a little bit uncommon or unbeknownst to countries that aren't Mediterranean. The whole just jump in the sea or the pool for half an hour and you stay cool for 3 hours, right? If you don't live by the sea, then the cold shower is your jam, right? Just do that. But yeah. No, so the heat doesn't bother me. The heat's not. I think I kind of enjoy the laziness. The only problem I have had with heat is when my phone overheats, right? So days when it's been like 40 degrees or whatever, and my phone just shows like a warning, a yellow warning triangle. Being like, you can't use this now. Go and put it somewhere cool. Right? My gamer stack, but you don't have to use soap, right? Using soap when you shower, and that's just insane, right? I'm going to Budapest tomorrow. It's going to be 35 degrees as a Scandinavian. I'm generally engineered to handle cold and not heat. That's cool. Well, hopefully you make sure the hotel has AC before you go. The airport is definitely air conditioned, and I'm pretty confident you'll find some showers there as well, right? But yeah, no, dealing with the heat is a thing. Like my comfort temperature is like 25, 26 degrees. That's where I am comfortable. Going like up from there, now I'll start notice the heat. Going down from there, I'll start notice the cold, right? But everything is like you get used to this as well, right? If you spend some times in that temperature, I find this so incredibly depressing. I think talking about the weather is one of those things that I'm slightly allergic to because it's just a testament to how fucking old I am, right? It's like, oh, it's lovely weather this morning. Pass me the breadcrumbs. We gotta feed the ducks. It's like, no, I can't, man. I can't talk about the weather, all right? What's next? What pension plan are you on? No. Okay, all right, jokes aside. So we can do something like this. We can match on, match on our history. That's what you are. And that becomes that. A cur, you say? What's a cur? Look it up. Don't be a cur. Okay, so we could not coerce that into a slice without me typing that out. What are you gonna do in Hungary anyway, Talk? What are you doing there? So this is our vector and our instance of position is. Okay, I thought you were going for like a work thing. All right. Well, that's cool. I'll be gone next week, by the way. I'm gonna go to Germany next week. And eat hamburgers. I don't know what I'm doing there. What am I doing there? But I'm missing the thing. There's like a SIG thing apparently this weekend in Nuremberg, and I'm missing that. Could have been interesting if people turn up there and at least recognize someone. Okay. So what did I say? We need to get the position for the player, right? So let's get the sprite as well. So the sprite is going to be the player. We need to get the sprite ID, and that is the state dot what players. Okay, player ID. That gives us the sprite ID. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm dual booting. I basically took the say it on sprite. The laptop, the wife's laptop, and I installed Arch on it because she's not doing much of it. But I left Windows on there as well, so dual boot, right? Yesterday I installed Steam on it, and I installed Balatro on it. So now that we go away, if the family wants to do something boring, I can just sit at a cafe, drink coffee, and play Balatro. That sounds like a holiday to me. But yeah, I wish I had some like grand content idea I could do on this holiday. Like bring a camera and a laptop and record a YouTube video, something like that. But I don't, right? I have no idea what I would do, right? Yeah, but don't vacuum that space. Instead, find yourself a tool like a thin brush or something to just scrape the gunk out and then hoover the spot where the gunk lands instead. Seems like you're just looking for problems now, small knight, okay? Yesterday I had to spend 4 hours setting up troubleshooting a bootloaders and finally got the dual boot to work properly. So I read a lot about it if we grab a system deboot. Yeah, I'm using system deboot because it already comes with the installation, right? If you're dual booting, then install Windows first, or if you already have it installed, then do the setup, install your bootloader on the existing Wi-Fi partition. Like that is probably the most annoying thing though with the dual boot is that Windows creates such a small partition for that, right? I thought you were Portuguese, Rensky. With the head of state in Portugal be Joao Portuguesa then, right? I have system deboot and my AFA petition was so small and didn't gut it up properly. I had to manually fix it. Yeah. When you say manually fix it, that sounds alarming. What did you do? I remember that is when every window update would just wipe the boot partition for its own boot menu. Yeah, I mean that's not surprising, right? That's just that you are just opening up the scumminess when you invite Windows into your home, right? It is what it is, right? Okay. So I think we need something like this. Had to reinstall system deboot and redefine the config file. Okay, so I thought you were like shrinking the IFA partition on the fly, right? Oh no, sorry, Rensky. It's not okay. I have failed. I have failed to communicate accordingly, right? As I said, trying to get away from Windows for music, but it's so difficult. I can listen to music all day long on Linux. I think, again, Small Knight, you are just inventing problems, so we should feel sorry for you, but it's not going to work here, okay? Stop your drama dumping, okay? I'm gonna intentionally misunderstand everything chat says for the next 10 minutes. I have a new IFA partition now that is 1 gigabyte and the old one that is only... Oh, I see. Okay. How's Windows enjoying that? But that was a good fix though, right? Making a new one. The reason I didn't dare to fuck around with it because I don't know how to install Windows. Okay. I have no idea. I don't even know what version of Windows is installed on the wife's computer. I refuse to have anything to do with it, right? So we're gonna do previous. That's gonna be the instant, right? Previous instant. F32. We'll do the current minus the previous one. And we want to mutate the previous. So this is where things are gonna get really like sketchy. But hang on. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna ignore you guys for a second here while I try to think this through, right? But the thing is, this isn't right because we're supposed to. Well, then we get the next. Okay, this isn't right, but I want to see this through anyway, right? So this is the wrong time that we are using, and I think that is supposed to be a minus, okay? Because we want the difference. We want the difference to. Is that right? No, it's just gonna get smaller and smaller. That one will be, so what we have to say is, and we're going to use the wrong time here, but that's okay. Oh, but that's not a reference, is it? No. Wait, why is that not a reference? That. We have to say, make sure that it's a reference. Someone asked me, like, someone mentioned something yesterday, and on Discord. Let me find this thing 1 second. No, you know what? Let's not worry about it. Let's not worry about them. Thought crime. My goodness. Okay. Anyway, so we keep reducing this value. So let's just print out what anyway is at this point, right? Cargo run. Let's do not that. Let's do that instead. Whoops. And that. Tick, 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 tick. Yeah, we probably don't need to see that. Got him on speed dial, man, for when the aliens come. Yeah, I don't know if that's correct. Probably isn't. Now we don't see anything here because we don't actually set that. We just write the history for it, right? There's no way that's correct. I just want to observe this for fun. Yeah, that is doing some really like weird things. It's just bouncing back and forth. But we're supposed to plus that. No, we're not. No, so the lerp is certainly wrong there, right? Okay, I need to think about this without the noise of the code, right? So what happened? Well, okay, it's not even that simple, right? Okay. We are getting the data from the server, but that could be a whole bunch of data that we get from the server, right? We're not necessarily getting one, but we are getting them in the right order though, so that should be okay, shouldn't it? Hello, Boo. How's Arkham treating you? I saw you streaming last night. Right, so let's ignore this part and let's just write this up, okay? So the server will send a position XY and a player ID, right? So we might get a 00 at some timestamp, and then we're getting 10 at some other timestamp, and now we have 2. So now we have to interpolate between these 2, and we have to do so. The interpolation time is the time between these 2, right? But it's like the server time in between these 2. But what if the server skips a beat here? Well, that's still the same. That's still the same. Oh, thought crime. My goodness. Don't get me started on this, but that's the keyboard I'm using with chalk white switches, man. This keyboard is my favorite keyboard. They sponsored me. They said, "Do you want this keyboard?" And I like send it to me, and they said, "Cool. If you don't like it, send it back." They can pry this keyboard from my cold dead hands. Okay. This is the best split keyboard that I've ever used, and I've had a few split keyboards over the years, right? The thing that makes this keyboard so good is the large thumb cluster, right? That is one of the reasons why this keyboard works for me and the Moonlander doesn't. And the nice thing is that they let you try the keyboard before you commit to it. So as long as you just pay the shipping, if you buy the keyboard and you be like, "No, I hate split keyboards," you can send it back as long as you do so within a month. Unless they've changed that policy, but I don't think they have. Da, 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 da. It shouldn't be that bad, should it? But so the interpolation time between these 2 is the time it took to receive the packets, right? We can attach the server time between these 2, so we interpolate based on what the server says. True, but that's another thing. If you break one of these keyboards, if you spill a cup of tea into one of these keyboards, you can buy a new PCB for that half, and you only pay for the PCB. So if you buy like a fully decked out maximum spec Moonlander, it's not cheap, but if you break a half of it, you can just buy a replacement PCB for a lot less than it costs to buy a whole new half, right? I don't know what they charge for the replacement PCB, but I think you can get one like between 20 and 50 euros or whatever. Like, I have no idea what the prices were, but I think that was around there. Oh, you mean the Moonlander has two PCBs on each side? You know what? I don't know what's inside here, but there certainly isn't. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 screws, 6 small screws under here. You can see the screws here, right? 6 small screws. I have this mount on there, so I can mount mine to like hand brackets and stuff. I have the mounting brackets, but right now I'm using them as coat hangers. But the suction cup is that good, all right? So let me see if I can show you. I could not. I could not. I've done the cable management around the camera so tightly that I can't even rotate the camera now. I need to build more things, right? Oh yes, yeah. The thumb cluster is yeah. You're right. So the thing that I liked about the Moonlander was really it was a really lovely build quality. These ones, right? These ones have great build quality too. The wrist rests are leathery things that are magnetic, right? So you can just take this off. Let's pretend it's not as dirty as it is, right? But whoops, they are magnetic. It's on there, right? But yeah, you can just take them off. This is metal. It has the light thing. If you buy the version with the light thing, it has the lights here. It has underlit RGB for the keys. It has where you can plug in the dongle. So basically, if your keyboard if you want to use it, like connect Bluetooth to your phone, you can do that. You can do the Bluetooth and you can do Bluetooth and wireless, right? So you just swap between button pushes, right? So at a key combo, you can just press it once. Now it's connected to your phone. Type a text message on your phone. Press it again to disconnect the Bluetooth thing and go back to regular wireless or wired. You can use it with Bluetooth, wireless, wired. So your options are wired, Bluetooth, or is it 2.6 gigahertz or whatever it is. I don't remember, right? But it's really good. Apple should make wireless split keyboard with charge port at the bottom. They really should. So they should stay the course, man. You mounted some HDMI cables in the work office because they had cable management so tight that when I went to adjust the tilt, they got banned. Yeah. So I have done a little bit too well with the cable management, right? I think my next thing to build is going to be a mount for my AC unit to attach it to the output on the wall, right? So I live in an old house, and the way ventilation works in old houses is you just drill a hole through the wall and you put a piece of plastic around that and you call that the ventilation, right? Happy Hacker keyboard is my travel keyboard and one for office trips. I don't mind laptop keyboards. They're generally fine, except the new Apple ones, but let's not rage about that anymore. Anyway, man, I was thinking, I'm getting there. Okay. So the interpolation time is the time that it took between these two, right? But that time has to change. So I thought that we could timestamp when these came in and then just do, but then wasn't that what I was doing? Why was that wrong then? Right? So if we set the current timestamp here, and then this is the timestamp, the second timestamp, right? So shouldn't the interpolation time be 2 minus 1 plus plus the tick rate? But that's not right. Maybe I'm thinking about interpolation time incorrectly. All right. So if we're interpolating from 0 to 1 over the course of 1 second, then in the duration of 1 second, we should have gone from 0 to 1. But that is exactly what this is then. Huh. I really wanted to love the Moonlander though, right? I had it for 3 months before I gave it to someone in chat. It was just, I loved everything about it except using it. The DeFi, it adds the usage part as well, right? And I'm learning to type again. So I have it tilted or twisted and tented now. And I'm trying to unlearn decades of bad typing habits, not to become faster, only as a challenge to myself. It's just like I do it for the fun of it. But the plastic of the Moonlander isn't that bad, is it? I remember the Moonlander's build quality feeling pretty robust. I don't remember it being like plasticky and cheap. I remember thinking that this was feeling like pretty hefty, but the DeFi is aluminium, right? Or if you're American, it's aluminum. What is aluminum? Sorry. Yeah, I think that is probably the winning thing for me, right? The software as well. The software is better. Base core is better than Oryx, right? Oryx keyboard. Moonlander. All right, so this is Oryx, and this does not look as good to me. It doesn't feel as good to me as the whoa, that is modified. That is not stock Moonlander, is it? No, wait, that is not part of the keyboard. That is something someone has placed under the keyboard. All right, okay. This software is great for modifying your keyboard, building macros, and doing all these things, right? But okay, there's no beta version. Okay, I like running beta software on my keyboard, though. I have a keyboard with a Model M layout. What's a Model M layout? But the Model M keyboard, buckling spring, man. That's a sound and a feel that's nostalgic to a lot. Tripod kit is, I think this is similar to what I showed that you mount underneath. Although it's square on the Moonlander. Yeah, so this is just, is it a 3/4 inch screw, right? Same as I have like a whole box of light stands that I just out of view. And these things are basically what fit on there. But that's the standard one, right? Oh, you think that's expensive? Go and look at what DeFi is charging for their kit, okay? $80 isn't that bad, right? Assuming that it's good build quality. Like I said, I can't show you because my camera, but mine are so good that I can use them as coat hangers, okay? It is expensive. I don't think that they make a lot of money on this, all right? I think it's a manufacturing cost because it has to be good and solid, right? It has to be good and solid. You can't have flimsy shit. You can't have your keyboard rocking when you're typing. So whatever like mounts you have that are, whether they're chair mounts, desk mounts, under desk mounts, they have to be strong, right? Oh, okay. You missed the part when I told you that I don't want to talk about the weather today, but I'll tell you guys again. Can we please not talk about the fucking weather, okay? I'm so fed up with it, okay? All right. So, okay. 2 sturdy metal mount points threaded 4 standard tripod screws, 1/4 inch or 1/4 20 UNC, 4 M2.6 screws for each mount point. That would be those little bobbins, right? But yeah, this has to be solid, right? They cannot be this cannot be flimsy, right? It's just not, it's not on, right? But the Oryx software is not as good as base core. When I was using them, I think this software definitely beats the pants out of that. You have so many configuration options that you can do for improved battery life and everything. The only complaint that I have with the DeFi is that a wireless mouse is going to have a battery life of, I don't know, a month. This keyboard does not even come close to that, right? The battery life is measured in days, not months, right? So, I don't know exactly what the battery expectancy is for 8 hours of programming with this thing on a daily basis, but you're not getting a month out of it, that's for sure. I think that's the only weak point here, right? Just the fact that our batteries are Bluetooth is a big up for me. I think that this is the winning thing with this is this thumb cluster, right? If you have like shorter thumbs or smaller hands, you will use the inner region. And if you have like bigger or longer thumbs or whatever, I don't have particularly big hands, right? A banana for scale, right? And a mobile phone for scale, okay? Or an H2, H4n for scale, right? It's a very large cup. But either way, right? So I use the outer ones. I don't do anything with these things, but the options are there. If you are familiar with split keyboards and mechanical keyboards with custom firmware and all that stuff, right? If you're familiar with it, you probably realize what a luxury is to have keys that do not have a purpose, right? That is just so, like these two keys, all they do is open and close this program, right? So I can open it, doodle, and close it. That's what these two keys do, right? That macro is a lifetime macro, right? Because I'm a Rust dev, okay? So to have keys that you don't use, that is like a tremendous luxury in a mechanical non TKL or full size keyboard, right? It's the Digma DeFi, right? Yeah. And now for fun, I am trying to just get typing on it, right? The problem, I would say, with the Moonlander is the angle of this, right? Which caused me to get like pinky fatigue, right? And I don't get that with the DeFi. If you like the Moonlander, it's a lovely keyboard, right? Don't get me wrong, but I spent 3 months with it and I couldn't love it, right? I had to export it. Yeah, I think Temporis is a bit more ham-fisted than me. I'm kidding. I think the build quality of the Demo looks great. Yeah, but I think the build quality of the Moonlander was good as well, right? The keyboard that interested me from ZSA has been the Voyager, but after using the DeFi, there's no way I can have a Voyager. There's way too few keys there, right? I mean, it's not just the case though, right? It depends a lot on what is this. The sound and feel of the keyboard depends not only on the case, but what is the keyboard sitting on. So I have a solid oak desktop with a leather mouse, fake leather most likely, mouse pad for that is kind of dampening this thing a lot. If I were to use like a glass desk, like a psychopath, right, then the sound and the feel of this would be vastly different. So there is so much you can do to change that, right? Because it's not just the case and the switches. There's so much that affects this, right? All right, you have all right, yeah. So I think you'd be fine, right? There isn't really much in terms of like movements or such. There is no rattling. I'm shaking it, but the tenting stuff is kind of a bit wild. As a matter of fact, if you don't use tenting, you could probably save money by skipping the tenting. I'm using it at the lowest tent setting, and I just like I kind of got into it a bit, and now I don't want to swap back. But for the longest time, I didn't use any tenting at all, and that was fine. Right? Oh, the Moonlander tents like, the DeFi tents like crazy if you want to. You can like at maximum tent settings, you have, I don't even know what the angle is. Let's see if we can, because I don't want to fuck with this one. Stop opening the wrong browser. Let's do Digma DeFi max tenting and see if we can find a picture of this, because it can get pretty extreme with the tenting, right? Like you can really, like you can go nuts with this. I don't have it anywhere like that, right? So you have the inner one, you have the outer one. I have mine at the lowest, but you can also tilt it forward with this thing, which is kind of crazy. But so my complaints with this is these feet moves, all right, after prolonged use, the glue will start to loosen up. They're still there, all right, but you can see that they have shifted a little bit, right? And you're going to get gunk there because of the glue. There's no way around that. That and the battery life, and that really isn't that big of a deal, right? No, the tenting can be pretty extreme. I have mine at the lowest tenting. But yeah, I really enjoy it. And if you buy a refurbed one, you can get the crazy colors too. You can get some like insane colors for this. What is this? This is not the DeFi. Where does this come from? It's some kind of a video article. Whatchamacallit, right? It's such a wild tenting, right? All right. I told them that, so this is the kit that I have, right? Yeah, you think $80, you thought $80 was a lot, right? Although admittedly, for the Moonlander, you didn't get the arms. You only got the fixtures, right? But it's still, if you want, and these ones are so strong that I attached one to my graphics tablet and just shook it and couldn't shake it off. I lifted a computer with this. I put it on top of the computer case, locked it, and then I lifted the computer up. And my friend who was on a call with me is like, "No, don't do it, man." I was like, I have full faith in that on the case. No issues, right? They are strong, but they are expensive. They do have the refurb stuff as well, which has some kind of funky colors if you're into that, right? Anyway, and they're also really lovely people as well, right? Does it have key shadowing issue? I don't even know what that is. Speaking of keyboards, I have a story about a previous coworker of mine. He used a Kinesis keyboard with Dvorak, but it didn't have the weird shaped keycap, so it was still QWERTY. Basically impossible for anybody to use his keyboard. Wait, but did he swap the keycaps around on there? I'd love to try a keyboard with like a key well, but I don't want to buy a Kinesis just to try that. Yeah, so So you basically have the Dvorak layout, but with the QWERTY labeling. Is that what you're saying? Okay, Kinesis, come on, man. Get out of here. Press 8 keys at the same time and then release 7. Does it still register the 1 key you're holding? Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. Is that what you meant? No, I never released a key. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wait. I'm not in insert mode. No, I'm holding down 1 and it's not, right? Oh, this thing looks so ugly. Okay. This thing looks so ugly. But I get it. It's about ergonomics, not about that, right? But you could just get the split of this, right? And then just position them this far in between instead, right? But you're talking about this is the keyboard that they had, and they have the funky keycaps, right? They didn't have a split at the time, no. I think the Moonlander is the wait. No, nothing is working. But this is okay. This has done something very particular instead. Hang on. Maybe. No. All right. Yeah. I think Moonlander did a lot for the split keyboard stuff. Right? Okay. Anyway, interpolation station, my friendos. Let's do it. Enough keyboard chat. It's too much fun. We can't have fun here. Why is this thing all kinds of wonky? There we go. All right. 1 second. Okay. Right. So this is supposed to be the interpolation time. I'm thinking about what happens when the server sends us a message. We timestamp that, but really we have like the server time if we want to, right? But that seems kind of meaningless because we don't have the delay in there, the lag, right? Dealt with. So we've built in a heavy lag into this while we're testing this, right? So there's almost like half a second of lag in here. Okay, so how do we do interpolation between these two? And does it matter when? Yeah, because like this, right? Let's write out the server times here, okay? So server, let's do server time in milliseconds, right? So at 00, we get move 00. Okay, we that don't move at all, right? And then at 20, we move right. And at 40, we don't move. So this happens on the server. So remember that we have a 450 millisecond lag. So by the time the client gets move 0, so the client gets 0000, all right, move to 00. The actual time is 0450, right? Ish. Plus minus, right? Then we get the next one, which says 20, move 1. Actual time is 470, right? Okay, time's up. Okay. Well, we could include the server timestamp, could we? And then at 40, we got nothing. And that is 490. So the difference between these two are the same. But let's say that we have server lag that goes between 450 to 550, right? So we don't actually know. That might be something like 477. That might be 510, right? We don't know exactly when we know when these arrive, but we don't know what the lag is. And we don't have to know what the lag is either. We just have to find the right amount of time to interpolate between these two, right? So if we include server time, then interpolate from 00 to 10 over 20 milliseconds, right? Regardless of when we receive these. Is that correct? Wow, this is really... There's a lot of things that I am including in this in my thinking that probably is completely irrelevant as well, right? So we have... Let's change this to the actual server tick rate, which will be 100. So that will be, let's add 100 to this, maybe 6. No, 5 and then 6 like that. But I don't think the actual time is relevant here. So we're supposed to interpolate from 0 to 1 over a period of 100 milliseconds. That seems right to me. But here's the thing. We might have been given many inputs, though. We might have been given 2 inputs here, right? So it looks more like this. Forget actual time. I don't think we care about actual time here. So we get 2 moves that we have to apply. Actually, no, we don't. We will get, let's say that this move is it's accumulating, so the new position is 0, 0, right? Here, the new position is 2, 0. And then here, the new position is 2, 0. Does that change anything? Well, yes, it does. Because we're supposed to interpolate from 0 to 2, not from 0 to 1, 1 to 1. All right, so we're going to the position, not the inputs, right? So the position here is going to be 1 and 2. And then here, the position is still 2, like that. Is that right? Okay. So then we're interpolating from 0 to 2 over the course of 100 milliseconds, right? And that's fine, right? That is what we're supposed to. But that means that the input, the positions that we're getting, we're going to be storing the wrong positions. We really only care about the last position, unless we're plotting a path, which makes this even more complex, right? So let's do this, right? So here we could plot a path. So we can go from 0 to 1, right, which is north, and then northeast. instead, we would just go from 0 to there. That would just be 0 to northeast, right? And that's not really correct. Now, we can't observe this in the example because the example only move along the x-axis. But I do believe that this is the right thing to do, to interpolate between the paths, right? Even though the time between these two will seem linear, they might not be linear to the player. They might like go north and then do some like jaggedy bullshit, but that will all be linear for the observer. But that is okay. If only there was an interpolation for linear, some kind of linear interpolation. Anyway, whatever, nerd. But we still need to know what it is that we are. We need some kind of value attached to this. Maybe the server time will help here, right? I don't know, Ab. I want to make a game, but I have no idea what that's gonna look like. I'm not sure of I have a lot of game ideas, but when we say commercial game, I want to make something and release it on Steam. Whether that is a commercial game or if it's free on Steam, that's a different story. The only drawback there is that it's $100 to release a game on Steam, but I think we can just eat that cost just for the sake of it, right? It has to be a game that is actually fun, though. We can't release SKOG on Steam. That would be insane in the mainframe, but we'll release that on itch.io. It does, Rensky. Always had ideas or recently have them? Oh no, I've always had ideas. I've always been full of terrible ideas. So maybe every command has an execution time that is fixed. So that's not necessarily a problem. Then I don't know if we need the server time or not. But I do think that we have reached the end of the article, right? Right? I am that good at search engine, okay? So in this example, when we are applying all this stuff, right? If we move this without anything, it looks crap. If we apply prediction and reconciliation, this one will look fine. If we move the blue one, it looks crap again. If we increase the lag to 450, which is what we're doing now, it's going to look really terrible, right? And then we add interpolation and it should be nice and smooth now, right? You can see the blue ball of joy there. However, okay, this is only along the x-axis. So the path is always going to be straight. But we are gathering multiple inputs. So it wouldn't be correct to interpolate from 0 to 2.1. That would go from 0 to... Let's draw a beautiful world here, right? Like this. Okay, so this is 0, and this will be 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so to go from 0 to 2.1 in one move, that would be 2 and 1 there. Okay, so that's what we have done. Okay, if we interpolate between these two, but it's not really the path that this is moving. The first thing we're doing is going from 0 to 1.0. So that we are actually moving here, and then we're moving here. So that's the path that we should plot for this thing. So we should interpolate there and then there. And because this demo only works along the x-axis, that's why they don't have to deal with any of that, right? Okay. The solution might be in the article, and I think I was supposed to read through the interpolation page yesterday, but I never did. We ended up guffing about other things, and then I did another stream. I did a stream with another streamer where we talked about all kinds of boring things, as one does. It wasn't boring, but maybe boring to you guys. So I didn't get around to it. But let's read through this thing, right? Well, sorry. In the previous article, the behavior of the server we described was pretty simple. It reads client inputs, update the game state, and send it back to the client. When more than one client is connected, though, the main server loop is somewhat different. In this scenario, several clients may be sending inputs simultaneously and at a fast pace, as fast as the player can issue commands, be it pressing arrow keys, moving the mouse, or clicking the screen. Updating the game world every time inputs are received from each client and then broadcast the game state would consume too much CPU and bandwidth. A better approach is to queue the client inputs as they are received without any processing. Instead, the game world is updated periodically at low frequency, for example, 10 times per second. The delay between every update, 100 milliseconds in this case, is called the time step. In every update loop iteration, all the unprocessed client input is applied, possibly in smaller time increments than the time step to make physics more predictable, and the new game state is broadcast to the client. So what we're doing is we're applying, every input has an application time of 20 milliseconds, I think, something like that. So when you send up or north, we say over the course of 20 milliseconds with this given speed, where are you now? If you travel in this direction. In summary, the game world updates independent of the presence and amount of client input at a predictable rate. From the point of view of a client, this approach works as smoothly as before. Client-side prediction works independently of the update delay, so it clearly also works under predictable if relatively infrequent state updates. However, since the game state is broadcast at a low frequency, continuing with example every 100 milliseconds. The client has very sparse information about other entities that may be moving through the world. A first implementation would update the position of other characters when it receives a state update. This immediately leads to very choppy movement that is discrete jumps every 100 milliseconds instead of smooth movement. And that is what we're seeing now, right? We are seeing the player moving smoothly on one screen and then just jumping around like a loon on another, right? If I run the server here and go to client and run this, and I run this here. Okay, so if I move the character around here, it's really smooth. Here, actually, I don't think we're doing anything. No, we're not even seeing the updates because I was in the midst of that, wasn't I? Well then, there you go. Anyway, it would be very choppy. The other players will be teleporting to different locations. So we're going to interpolate the path. We're going to plot and interpolate the path in between, right? Because we know, right? We know that it takes 20 milliseconds to move. So we can assume, maybe, can we assume that every new position is a result of a 20 millisecond movement? So the time that we use for our move, let's have a look at the server to be sure that I am talking about this correctly. Tick. All right, so yeah, we have a fixed step, and the fixed step is, no, it is 100 milliseconds. Okay, so we are applying input at 100 millisecond rates, but we're not storing that input though, so that is kind of wrong. We should store this information. So we need to send a positional history as well. Okay, that's fine. Move right, the server gets client 1 move right, and then because of lag and what have you, the client 2 will get client 1's new position here, even though this is where they moved, right? So another time has passed. by the time the client sees it, right? Depending on the type of game you're developing, there are many ways to deal with this. In general, the more predictable your game entities are, the easier it is to get right. Suppose you're making a car racing game. A car that goes really fast is pretty predictable. For example, if it's running 100 meters per second, a second later it will be roughly 100 meters ahead of where it started. While roughly during that second, the car could have accelerated or decelerated a bit, or turned to the right or to the left a bit. The key word here is a bit. The maneuverability of a car is such that at high speeds, its position at any point in time is highly dependent on its previous position, speed, and direction, regardless of what the player actually does. In other words, a racing car can't do 180 turns instantly. How does this work with a server that sends updates every 100 milliseconds? The client receives authoritative speed and heading for every competing car. For the next 100 milliseconds, it won't receive any new information, but it still needs to show them running. The simplest thing to do is to assume the car's heading and acceleration will remain constant during that 100 millisecond and run the car physics locally with those parameters. Then 100 milliseconds later, when the server update arrives, the car position is corrected. The correction can be big or relatively small depending on a lot of factors, for instance, a wall. If the player does keep the car on a straight line and doesn't change the car's speed, the predicted position will be exactly like the corrected position. On the other hand, if the player crashes against something, the prediction position will be extremely wrong. Note that dead reckoning can be applied to low speed situations, battleship, for example. Right. Entity interpolation. This is where we are, right? There are some situations where dead reckoning can't be applied at all. In particular, all scenarios where player directions and speed can change instantly. For example, in a 3D shooter, player usually run, stop, and turn corners at very high speeds, making dead reckoning essentially useless, as positions and speed can no longer be predicted from previous data, and it would be very choppy. You can't just update player positions when the server sends authoritative data. You get players who teleport short distance every 100 milliseconds, making the game unplayable. What you do have is authoritative position data every 100 milliseconds. The trick is how to show the player what happens in between. The key to the solution is to show the other players in the past relative to the user's player. So you receive position data at t1000. That means 1000 milliseconds have passed on the server. You already have received data at 900, so you know where the player was at 900 and at 1000. So from 1000 to 1100, you show what the other players did from 900 to 1000. This way, you're always showing the user actual movement data, except you're showing it 100 milliseconds late. But this is not quite, right? I used to have lots of redemptions, but since we don't have the interface running for them, I've disabled all of them. This way, you're always showing the user actual movement data, except you're showing it 100 milliseconds late. So we're supposed to interpolate between these two, and it seems so simple, right? The position data used to interpolate from 900 to 1000 depends on the game. Interpolation usually works well enough. If it doesn't, you can have the server send more detailed movement data with each update. For example, a sequence of straight segments followed by the player or position sample every 10 milliseconds, which look better when interpolated. You don't need to send 10 times more data since you're sending deltas for small movement. The format on the wire can be heavily optimized for this particular case. Note that using this technique, every player sees a slightly different rendering of the game world because each player sees itself in the present but others in the past. Even for a fast-paced game, however, seeing identities with 100 milliseconds isn't generally noticeable. Hello, Gap. There are exceptions when you need a lot of spatial and temporal accuracy, such as when player shoots at another player. Since the other players are seen in the past, you're aiming with a 100 millisecond delay. That is, you're shooting where your target was 100 milliseconds ago. We'll deal with that in the next article. But we don't have to deal with that in the next article. We just have to, any action that you take that involves other players, we just have to rewind we just have to look at that player's position at that time, not, before it. Slowly and frustratingly, Gap. In the client-server environment with an authoritative server, infrequent updates and network delays, you must still give players the illusion of continuity and smooth movement. In part 2, we explore ways to show the user controls player movement in real time using client-side prediction and server reconciliation, which is what we do. This ensures user input has an immediate effect on the local player, removing a delay that would render the game unplayable. Other entities are still a problem, however. In this article, we explored 2 ways of dealing with them. The first one, dead reckoning, applies to certain kind of simulation where entity position can be acceptably estimated from previous data, such as position, speed, and acceleration. This approach fails when those conditions aren't met, as in there's a wall in front of you. The second one, entity interpolation, doesn't predict future positions at all. It uses only real entity data provided by the server, thus showing the other entities slightly delayed in time. The net effect is that the user's player is seen in the present and the other entities are seen in the past. This usually creates an incredibly seamless experience. However, if nothing else is done, the illusion breaks down when an event needs high spatial and temporal accuracy, such as shooting at a moving target. The position where client 2 renders client 1 doesn't match the server, nor client 1's position, so headshots becomes impossible. Since no game is complete without headshots, we'll deal with that in the next article. So that's it, right? So if we are looking at this over time, right? If you are here and you are moving here and you are shooting at another player that is here. So you are here shooting here. But according to the server, but this is where the player is when you saw them, but the player is in actuality over here, right? But according to the server, what is happening is that you are here and you are shooting here, right? So even though you see yourself here when you fire the gun, the reality is that you are here firing the gun, right? Which arguably means that if there's a wall in the way here, you will not hit the target if you were to do a raycast from here to here. It's never easy, right? It doesn't help, does it? So as far as you're concerned, you're missing the shot because you're shooting into a wall, right? As far as the other player, as far as this guy is concerned, you were shooting in their direction, but you, well, I guess they would only notice this as someone shot a wall nearby, but they wouldn't get shot. So you are seeing this as if you are able to shoot the player. You could also take this player's position and do the shot here because the player does see the other player here. But this guy will feel like he got shot from behind a wall though. So there isn't really a way to, there's always going to be a downside to this, right? There isn't really a fairness to it. I mean, it is fair, but the observed reality is going to be unfair either for the player shooting or the player getting shot. If we rewind the world when the action takes place so that this player is seeing this player at the position they both were in at that frame, then this player is here. And it's unfair for this player because he sees him, he should hit, but he hits the wall instead. If this player is firing the shot from here towards an entity in the past, then this guy, when he's over here, got shot by a guy who was behind a wall. Right? So there is no, the observed reality differs for different players, right? So whatever choice you make, someone's going to be unhappy. Just like in real life. Okay, but there's nothing here though, right? I'm sorry on the lines. I have to apologize for that. It's not supposed to be educational. So it's supposed to be here so you can feel good about yourself. Okay, so the interpolation is still what we have to do, but it doesn't describe the interpolation strategy. It just says interpolate the data from this to there. So we kind of have to extrapolate on ourselves, right? Feel bad about yourself? Good then. We have achieved our goal. Make viewers feel bad, right? But no. Okay, we're not going to interpolate the path yet. We're going to do standard interpolation, then we'll introduce the path, and then we do the interpolation there, right? But I don't know what we're going to do the interpolation over, right? Like, we are supposed to interpolate from 900 to 1,000, but how? you can't just say, okay, interpolate between 900 and 1900, right? Because that value doesn't change. That value is always 100. So there has to be more time. There has to be, over time, a value has to change for the interpolation to make change, right? To make sense, right? And we have 3 different times that are relevant for our game. We have the update frequency, or in other words, our 60 frames per second, right? So over the course of this 60 frames per second, we need to move from 900, where you were at 900 to where you were at 1000, right? So over the course of 6 seconds, that's the visual thing that we see. Then we have the physics or the update step, which is like once every 100 milliseconds. And then we have the server update, the server's own time, right? Which is why this thing feels a little bit complicated. But this is only a result of me not understanding the interpolation, right? There might be a part of you that feels like you want to explain this to me, but don't do that, right? I can just go on and look the solution up on a website, and it will be a lot more detailed than anything you're going to type out in chat, right? So don't try to fix the problem from chat. That's just going to make you frustrated, right? So okay, what do we do then? What time would be the correct time to interpolate over, right? So if we're going to go from one frame to another frame, and we're supposed to animate this over the update frequency, that would imply that for every update, if there is a problem, it's probably a 50-page paper on our ArcSiv written about it already. Sure. So the oh shit, what was I thinking about now? That's what I get for reading chat. So from 900 from 1000, from 900 to 1000, that should take place over 100 milliseconds, and we should display this over the 60 frames. So the move that takes 100 milliseconds to make has to be broken up into chunks that can be displayed over our frame rate. Is that correct? So how many ticks would it take us to go from 900 to 1000, right? Or from 9 to 10, if you will. Well, it's going to be 100 milliseconds. And now I kind of have to write 900. Otherwise, that definitely doesn't make any sense, right? That's a beautiful 0. That one is a little bit sad. It's crying as well, right? So to go from 900 to 1000, it takes 100 milliseconds. So we have to play this move out over 100 milliseconds divided by our frame rate, yeah? So whatever that is, so a tick, that is not right. There we go. A tick is equal to 100 divided by the frame rate. Is that right? No, that's the number of frames per second. Then that would be the frame rate divided by 10 then, to be even more confusing, right? Damn it, I'm gonna have to hide chat. You guys have too many exciting things going on. You deviants. What was I saying now? Squirrel brain, help me. No one can read this, but that's okay. Only I have to know what it means, I suppose. If we write milliseconds here, whoops. If we write milliseconds here, then this might make more sense. So for every tick, we have to take the current position, no, the past position, and we have to add the difference between between now and past, right? Is that correct? Times the tick, right? Maybe. Is that right? So now minus the past, that's always going to be 100. Ah, but it's the position that we want. So we're looking at a position here. So if the tick rate is 100 milliseconds, right? Then to interpolate between 00 and 1 over the course of 100 milliseconds, we need to split 100 milliseconds by the frame rate divided by 10, right? Is that right? So that will give us T, which is the server tick divided by, multiplied by wait, and what is the value supposed to be? And that is where it gets a bit difficult. Help me, ChatGPT, you're my only friend. Actually, the server tick rate is, well, it's 100 milliseconds, but it is 1 divided by 10, which is then 100 milliseconds. Okay, if we include the time, then interpolate from 0 to over 100 milliseconds. Yes. So we are gonna close this gap over the course of, so one frame is 16.6 milliseconds, right? So number of frames to go from 0 to 100 is equal to 100 divided by, or 100 divided by 16.6, right? So it will take us 6 frames to get there. So we need to take, so T needs to be that divided by, oh shit, what did I say? By server tick divided by the frame rate. And then we will take the past position and add the current position minus the past position times t. Is that right? That doesn't look right to me. That looks wrong. And I think this value is what our, so if we observe our tick rate here and our update function, right? If we just print out, could you please print out the time? That should be a reasonably, well, that won't work until we fire up a server, will it? Because it will just continue. But yeah, so that is our frame rate. Okay. So we know that is our delta time, basically. That looks a little bit weird to me. Why would we take 60 frames and divide that by 10? I think that's a weird one. Yeah, that's not right. It's not right either. I think that is correct. So to go from 0 to 100 is 100 divided by delta time, right? Is that right? So to spend 100 milliseconds, we would have to tick 6 times, basically. Yes. Okay. So that part is correct. Okay. So that is how long it should take to go from this position to this position, right? It should take 100 milliseconds, right? And we would display that over 6 point whatever frames. So that is correct, but there's something in here that is missing, right? So we need to divide this into 6 steps, right? So if we were to advance the current position into a new position, then that number needs to be, see, we need to subtract, for every tick, we need to subtract the delta time from 100 though. So the next time is not going to be 100 because otherwise the movement size would be wrong. But there's also something wrong with that, right? There's also something wrong with this logic, isn't it? Wow, all the FUD, right? I always enjoy doing maths on stream. It always makes me feel good. Okay. We can't like sensibly build up a list of steps and advance those steps every time. That's gonna look terrible, right? That's very, it's a very strange way of doing it, right? Because this can be solved with math without heap allocations, right? I should probably put this up in case someone is trying to give me the answer and don't understand why I'm not addressing them, right? There were too many exciting things happening in chat, new programming languages and the likes. Okay, so there is a formula that will produce the same output every time. So we have to make a change to the time, right? It should be 100 for frame 1. We should go from 00 to 21, and we should take this and divide that by, actually it's going to be 2 1 minus 00, which is 2 and 1. And that distance has to be traveled. That is 100% of it, right? So that has to be done over 100 milliseconds, right? Right, so what is it then that we do? We are, what does this look like? We take the, we can't do the 100 milliseconds minus the tick, right? That wouldn't work. Well, if we divide this by 100, that would give us the number of ticks or distance over 1 millisecond, right? And then we multiply that by our delta time, which is 16.6, right? I think it is. I'm confident that it is. Yeah. Well, give or take a few numbers in there. It's not fixed, so although it should be fixed. Never mind then. Anyway, so we multiplied by that. That's how much it should have moved that frame. Okay, but why does this get a little bit weird, right? Because then our second frame, this is no longer 0, right? This is some value. This is 100 times 16 the distance, right? So it's no longer 100 times delta time, but rather it's 100 minus delta time is the distance. No, then this statement is wrong. That's no longer the distance over 1 millisecond. Well, yes, it is. It is because we've adjusted this to a different value, so we need to adjust this to a different value, right? Why are there so many times? This is so easy when it's just movement over time based on some input and speed. Why is it so different when it's movement that has already happened? It should be the same, shouldn't it? So if we ran the server at the same rate with 0 lag, it should just be the same equation as we're doing here. Right? What is the alpha time anyway? That should be like a significantly smaller value, because this is the fixed time step, not the delta, right? What does this look like? Out of curiosity. Yeah, it's vastly smaller. It's the fraction of time that is left within a frame after the physics step has been done. What I said was correct, but I don't understand what I just said. It's a fraction of the time that is left after the physics step have been done. So in a frame, we do the fixed update, which will do as much work as it can within the given frame rate. So 16.6 milliseconds, right? So this means that this value should be 0 when we start. How is it not 0? We shouldn't do anything for the first frame, right? If we look at how that is calculated. We take every frame we add to the accumulator, right? And if our frame time is 100 milliseconds, which I think it is. Beans. No. Wait, yes. Yes, it is. So it is a fixed step. It's the same as the server, which is 100 milliseconds, right? If we run this every 100 milliseconds, that means that the first time we get, oh, we're adding the delta. No, that doesn't matter. The accumulator will be less than the frame time. The accumulator will be, our delta value is like 16.6, and that's supposed to be 100. So we subtract once we have, the accumulator has reached the frame time. So let's say that we do every 100 milliseconds, 100 frames have passed, 100 ticks have passed. That's 160 milliseconds. So if we ran this at that point, we would say the accumulator is 160, the frame time is 100. So we're going to subtract 100 from 160. That leaves us with an accumulator of 60 left in it. And then we tick this with a fixed time of 100 milliseconds, right? So we can simulate physics and all of that in fixed time steps, right? No garbled nonsense. But the alpha value is not the remainder that I thought. The alpha value is the accumulator divided by the frame time that is clamped between 0 and 1. So our accumulator is 60 at this point, and our frame time is 100. So that would leave us with 60 divided by 100, which is 0.6. Good thing you need a calculator for that. So the alpha value is actually 0.6. Yes, it's a fraction. It's a fraction of a whole, right? So the first time we run this, our accumulator is going to be 16.6. We don't do any of this. So the accumulator is now 16.6. Divide that by the frame time. Now that I can't do in my head. Yes, of course you can. Oh my god. Okay, never mind. Luckily, you can watch this and think, oh my god, how? Thank God I'm not this guy, right? That's my gift to you. All right, so 16.6 should be the first one. The first alpha value that we get. 16.6. Was that the first alpha value? I don't think so. No, come on, man. Where did you go? Okay, never mind then. Back to the drawing board. There we go. A lot fewer frames have been called. It's 0.79. I don't know why it's that number. In my head, it shouldn't be. It should be 16. 0.016, right? Well, actually, not really, unless we aren't skipping. We aren't skipping. Yeah, it should be. It should be 0.016. Or 166, right? Because it's 16.6 divided by 100. Okay, I don't know why it's not. Maybe something is eating up a lot of time. The fixed time step might be eating up a lot of time. So let's say that we disable the fixed time step, right? By saying no here. So if we run this now, we should see a different output. No, we don't. That's roughly half almost. No, it's less than half of what we are getting. Okay, look, I'm confused. I have no idea why that is happening. Forget you, alpha boy. Let's go back to our core and let's look at this thing then, right? What is the alpha value? What is our accumulator? Because we're just adding to the accumulator. It should start off at, are we not running this at fixed time step vsync, right? No. Okay, well, that makes sense then. That makes sense. So I thought that the delta value was something that it isn't. So the delta value is not what I thought it was, right? So that's just going to be delta, and let's look at this thing. Yeah, that is not the 16.6 milliseconds that I was expecting. Okay, well, then everything is correct with the universe as it stands. We are good for all intents and purposes. We are good. So my expectations were incorrect. I guess we just have to trust the numbers then. The default configuration says first in, first out, and that is the same as vsync. No tearing will be observed. Supported on all platform, also known as vsync on. What is FIFO relaxed then? Presentation frames are kept in a first in, first out queue, approximately 3 frames long, every vertical blanking period. The presentation area will pop a frame of the queue to display. If there is no frame, it will present the same frame until there is a frame in the queue. The moment there is a frame in the queue, it will immediately pop the frame of the queue. Tearing will be observed if frames last more than 1 VBlank. Supported on AMD on Vulkan, also known as adaptive vsync. All right, but that is no here, no there, or anywhere. I just, my expectations were 16 milliseconds, right? 16.6 milliseconds, and it's not. Okay, back to this thing. Can we go make a second cup of coffee soon? I really want one, but we'll try to make some progress before we indulge. Okay, so we got the alpha value, which is that's the amount of time that is left until the next tick. Is that correct? So if our accumulator would equal the frame time, that would mean that the accumulator is 0. So the accumulator would be 0 divided by 100. Well, it doesn't matter what's on the right hand side, it's still going to be 0. So our alpha value is 0. So the alpha value is the amount of time that is left until the next frame. Or the amount of time between two frames. Is that right? It's not really between, well, I guess it is right. Because the alpha value can never be larger than the frame time, right? We will see to it here. So the accumulator can never remain larger than the frame time. And what is left is the percentage. So this is the percentage of the next frame. Okay, I think that's correct, all right? We can do a quick detour and say game dev physics step alpha value. All right, let's see if this thing has anything useful to share. Let's see if the alpha value is even mentioned in here. No, this was completely useless. Okay. There's a standard way of doing a fixed time step game loop where you just accumulate time from the previous frame and consume it in discrete steps with the physics engine. A lot of articles suggest that with the residual lag, we should do an interpolation between the previous update and the current one, but it does not make any sense to me. If you have residual lag, it means you still have some time to catch and you should extrapolate the current state. Why would you ever do an interpolation of the previous state? I think the logic here from this person is that physics run in real time. I think they are thinking about physics in real time, when in fact you can simulate physics into the future and then use the alpha value to get to how far you have ventured into that simulation. I could very well be wrong here, but the way I'm thinking about this is if our physics is simulated from here to here in the course of a physics tick, then the accumulator, sorry, the alpha value places us here. So this is now, and this is in the future. So the alpha value allows us to, how do you write an alpha value? Is it the A with a little squiggly thing on it, and then it's kind of like sad because it looks like that? All right, so the alpha value, no, that's delta, right? Okay, fuck it, who cares? Anyway, the alpha value, well, it's just getting nicer and nicer, right? The alpha value shows you how far you observe the physics state, right? I think this is true. And I'm saying this to you as much as I'm saying this to myself. So when I go and read the article, it will confirm whether I understood this or I will just feel like a lemon and I have to go back to this thing, right? So when it comes to we're doing our physics first, right? So we do the physics and then we do the render or the update, right? And what we're rendering is what we're observing, and we're observing the world at this point. Let's see if I'm right or if I'm a complete muppet. Either way is fine. You are correct. Is that you? The original ChatGPT has been found, and his name is Lutz. Lutz of the Lehman Brothers. To get interpolation, you would have to loop while accumulator is larger than 0. So the frame time is in between integration times with state, previous state, and t with current state. Upon external input, you need to recompute the step or restart the integration with the change parameter. Okay. Some games do indeed extrapolate. An advantage of extrapolation is that you can do it with just a single most recent state and a rate of change, like a velocity and angular velocity, right? So I'm guessing what the alternative would be is to say that if we run our physics at 100 milliseconds and we run our frame time at 16.6 milliseconds, then in our physics step, we take the value x that is supposed to go from 0 to 1. And that is over the course of 100 milliseconds. So we then have to divide this by 100 divided by 16.6, right? That might be a pair of headphones and someone's really happy. And then we're like, what up? I'm sitting here and I'm like super chuffed. So that means that you have to shrink the value. If we do it the way we do it, we're always working. We always move the world in fixed units. But if we were to do this on the server and locally, we might have different units that we multiply the world by. If the server runs at 100 milliseconds and it runs every 100 milliseconds. And we tick the server at 23 ticks per second. And we do the client at 25 ticks per second. They will not be the same then, will they? So by the time you simulate the world at 25, you will have simulated the world at 23 on the server. So then you have to diff with the service frequency. And that would be, so having a fixed step is really just making things very convenient, right? Saying that everything runs, the world moves every 100 milliseconds. And it always moves over a period of 100 milliseconds. And if we do this on the client and on the server, it is always going to go from 0 to 1 over the course of 100 milliseconds. How we observe that will be in portions of 100 milliseconds, right? But we are seeing the world move, or rather we are moving the world at 100 milliseconds, but we do this in the future, right? Okay, let's continue to read. I might just be making shit up. Don't take my word for it. An advantage of extrapolation is that you can do it with just a single most recent state and a rate of change like velocity, angular velocity, etc., rather than two complete states. So it's simpler to implement and compute. The main disadvantage of extrapolation is that it's a prediction about the future, and like most such prediction, it can be wrong. Okay, so far. So the player has just started changing direction or slowing to a stop, but their current velocity is still pointing in their old travel direction. With extrapolation, they will see themselves overshoot, then snap back to a different course when the next simulation step factors in the change in velocity, resulting in a jerky appearance that can look a bit like a bad frame rate or network lag, even when both those systems are running smoothly. Since you're generally not running a full simulation step for the extrapolated state, systems like collision detection don't run on these in-between frames, so your extrapolated velocity might take you partway into a wall or floor, or overextend a physics joint beyond its correct range of motion, before the next simulation step correctly resolves the situation. These artifacts usually aren't game-breaking, but they can be quite unsightly. In contrast, by interpolating two previous simulation steps, we have a strong guarantee that we'll have. Well, okay, so I said the future, but this one talks about two previous simulation steps, which sounds like the past. We have a strong guarantee that we have continuous motion. The end of the interpolated interval is guaranteed to match the start of the next one. Actually, we are observing it in the past because we're adding it to the accumulator. So we're observing the world at the current physics frame. And not until we surpass that frame do we have the updated world. So what we're actually doing is we are observing the world in the past using the alpha value. But in other words, we are looking at what has happened between the physics steps, right? So the physics steps are always the same, but our view of the physics step is not. So if we're looking at the physics step 16.6 milliseconds in, things will be in one position. In the next 16.6 milliseconds, it will be at another position. So, okay, I think this makes sense to me. This is starting to make sense, right? Because we're blending between two known good states, the chances we do something ridiculous in between, like pass through a solid object or rip apart a physics join, are greatly reduced. The cost is that the state we're displaying is technically a tiny fraction of a second older, but we're talking about like 0.08 or whatever, right? But older than what is the question. The player's perception of what constitutes now in the game is informed by the visible, audible, and tactile feedback we present. If the numbers inside the computer memory representing the most recent state we simulated are technically a tiny fraction of a second ahead of the displayed state, it's difficult for the player to observe that directly. The one place it can be perceived is in input latency. The player knows I pressed the button now, so if it takes a few frames for visible, audible, tactile reaction to that button press, that can reveal the time mismatch. Which I guess this is why we need to sample our input. So when we do our physics step, we do so delivering the input that we would have perceived, maybe. But that's a different story. As I explained in the more in-depth answer, this input latency is often much less than you might expect unless you run your physics step once every 100 milliseconds, right? And can eagerly presenting fresh input feedback by eagerly presenting fresh input feedback immediately, even on an interpolated frame, we can shrink the perceived latency down to the resolution of our display frame rate. So we can make a game that feels just as responsive as one that's extrapolating, but without the judgery errors of misprediction, and that's why we usually prefer to interpolate. But okay, McGregor, very good. Interpolation in the last two non-simulation state also make little sense to me. You do want some smoothing to gloss over the situation where the simulation and render frame time are not full dividers. The sensible solution are use simulation values unfiltered, extrapolate simulated values, interpolate view values with simulation values. All right. Yeah, Gaffer on games, right? Fix your time step. And if you go down to the bottom of this article, you'll see the alpha value right there, right? And here it is, right? And then this is showing us interpolating the state with the alpha value, but it's doing that. It's interpolating the physics step in here, but we're kind of doing it in an update step when we're observing it, right? Okay, so I think that I was a little bit wrong, but a little bit wrong, but a little bit right with the whole thing, right? So I don't know if that helps what I was looking at. The alpha value in game depth is used for interpolating during rendering, allowing for smooth visual sensibility in frames. Even if the physics update is slower, it represents the percentage of time between the current and next physics update. It was literally what we're saying, right? I don't even know why I'm talking about this, right? I've gone so far off the rails from what I was doing that I've completely lost the plot, right? But then we need to come up with some kind of alpha value here then, don't we? Coffee. Okay. So, okay, let's throw this out for a second and let's get the hard numbers out instead. Let's say that we are going to go from 0 to 1 in 100 milliseconds, right? That should be easy enough. The brain froze. It's like, so let's go from A to B in server tick. We would then take B minus A divided by server tick. Is that right? That gives us the number of that gives us a unit of movement over server tick divided by the delta time. If we do this, is that right? There's definitely way too much division in here for this to be right. Okay. But if it's just division or multiplication that's in the wrong place, that'll become apparent. Right? So this is the movement per millisecond, right? So in 1 millisecond, we should say that A plus equals to B minus A divided by the server tick. No, see that's what can't be right, because B minus A will change after you've done this, right? So if we were to write this out, okay, whoops, we would have 0 to 1, and the server tick is 100 milliseconds. So we would take 1 minus 0, which is kind of pointless, but we'll write it out anyway, right? Divided by 100. That is how far we should move in 1 millisecond, right? So we're going to take, for our next frame, we're changing this. So B is equal to 1, A is equal to 0, and then we're going to take B minus A. Well, let's do server tick is 100, right? So B minus A divided by server tick, all right? So then we're going to say that this is what A is going to plus equals this. Okay, well, A is now equal to 0.01 because we've done that. Okay, so what does B minus A look like now? But we also have to subtract that 1 millisecond from here, right? So by whatever we add to A has to be subtracted from this side. I tried to use Vim in there, right? I don't know. I mean, I might just be sitting here brute forcing interpolation. I don't know, right? Okay, well, let's look at the interpolation implementation, right? Which looks like, it looks like something like A. Okay, let's say that A is 0, B is 1, server tick is 100, right? So there will be something like A plus B minus A multiplied by server tick, right? So it will be a 1 divided by server tick, right? That is interpolation, isn't it? Okay, I'm reinventing many things here apparently. Let's look at the implementation for the linear interpolation here, right? It is A plus B minus A times T, where T is the time unit, right? That is it, I think. The problem with that is if we say that A is equal to 0.01, then that changes the interpolation value every time, right? So I don't think we can do plus equals here. No, we can't. So if we do this, A is equal to A plus B minus A times 1 divided by server tick, right? Did I get this right? Okay. And then we do that again. But now A is moving less, even though it's the same amount of time that's passed. And if we do it again, we're moving even less and less and less, right? We are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, but it's very close to 1 though, isn't it? Is that right? Is this right? That this time unit never changes? I am sure the answer is in chat right now, and I really should go looking. But let me just mull this over for a few seconds, okay? Because if this is wrong, I have to understand why it's wrong. In my head, this server tick time should change. It should be offset by the difference here, right? That's what makes me think that it's not right. So what is the server tick? It's 100. So 1 divided by 100 gives us 1 second, gives us 0.01. That is correct. Okay. What if we start again? And this time we modify the server tick. I think maybe the number is so small I'm not seeing it, right? What if B is 2 then? So we're supposed to move 2 units. Okay, let's start again. We're supposed to move 2 units over 100 milliseconds, which means in the course of 1 second, we're supposed to do this 10 times. So A is 0, B is 2, server tick is 100, but let's say the server tick is equal, no, server tick is 100, okay. All right, let's just do this again, right? We're gonna do this 10 times. I can see already that this looks correct, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Mother of 5 children, is it right? Okay, let's increase the distance. So B is 20 or 255 then, right? Let's do this still 10 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, right? Then now it's not right. Okay, great. So it isn't correct. There is something wrong here. A is 0, B is 255. Okay. If B is 1, we're getting close, right? Can we do a for loop in here for x in 0 to 10? What if we do it over a set then? No, okay. I don't think you can do for loops in Fend. We might have to reach for a language. Okay. Let's go with Python. Okay. So A is 0, B is 1, server time is 100. And we're gonna do this over 10 ticks. Okay, so for whatever in 0 to 10, A plus equals 2 B to A plus B minus A. No. Yes. Oh, hang on. Maybe I missed that part. And now I forgot what I was doing. But no, hang on. You wrote it down here, right? Divided by 1. No, multiplied by 1 divided by server time, right? No, that is not right. We're supposed to do this over 10 milliseconds, right? Yeah, that is not right. Okay, let me look at the fend history that we did. A plus B minus A. So it is A is well, we do plus equals. Eep. That was definitely the right button to push. No, line them up. Thank you. Goodness me. I'm not sure what that thing got all wonky for, but that's okay. We don't have to worry too much about that. Let's get rid of that. So, okay. So my for loop is wrong. A is 0. 0.0. Let's be clear on that one. So we should just say A is equal to. Apparently not. Okay, and now if we say that B is 250, so A should be, no, hang on. A is 10 times as small as it should be. That's not right at all. You lunatic. All right, welcome Raiders. Welcome. I'm currently failing at maths on stream. Currently not reading the chat either, so you guys can get your answers out as we go. I'm trying to interpolate between two values, and I have the code for it. I've written it down, but when I try to internalize it, I'm failing at it, right? So our interpolation is value plus future value minus current value times some kind of time unit, right? But I'm doing something silly. What am I doing wrong here? So I'm interpolating over 1 second. So it's saying it should take, well, no. No, it isn't. Oh my God, server time is 100 of a second. So it should be A divided by server time, right? It should be A multiplied by server time, right? No, that's also wrong. Wait, is that one move then? Okay, yes. So I wrote that wrong. I wrote that very wrong. Okay, so we're gonna start with 0. B is 1, and over the course of 100 milliseconds, not 1 second, over the course of 100 milliseconds, we're supposed to move from 0 to 1. So I did this over the course of a second, which is wrong. All right. So let's say that our server runs at 10 times, 100 times per second, right? That means for 10 steps, tick rate would be our server state divided by 10. Oh, server time, right? There we go, right? So our tick should be 10 and our server rate should be 100, right? Our server time, right? So our tick rate is the server time divided by tick. Now, over a course of 10 ticks, we should have, that should have taken 100 milliseconds. We should have moved 1 unit. Oh, man. This isn't that hard, but for some reason, I'm getting lost in my own stupidity, right? It's like this forest of fucking goblins that I keep getting caught up in, right? It's like a critical, it's a D20 rolling 1. It's a critical fail, okay? Okay. So what then so that part is correct. But how do I get the right value now? So what is the value that we should multiply with 10 times to get A to where it's supposed to be, right? So A is equal to A plus B minus A. This part we are now remembering in our nightmares. If we just do this and we think about this as happening over our tick rate, and we do this 10 times, but where this doesn't make sense in my brain, which is a dark and scary place, is if we do this by saying for whatever in range that goes from, so we would take our server time divided by tick and tick divided by tick to get the range. Well, actually that would be from 1 to 10, right? But so let's say for whatever in range 0 to 10, right? We're going to do this 10 times. We know that. But if we use A is equal to A plus B minus, B minus A divided by the tick, yeah, that is not right. It makes sense if we do this 10 times because we don't modify A here. But if we do modify A, it means that we are hang on. Just to be clear, if we do this, wait, so we don't include A. This would be equivalent to the current sprite position, the previous sprite position, and the next sprite position, because these two don't change. But we keep adding to that. So that means that if X is now 0, or X is equal to A, well, I can't do that, all right? And we say that B is 255. Does this mean that X will now, regardless, right? X will now be very close to 255. Okay, Right, so that was one of two missing puzzle pieces. I confused how this should be operated on, right? We're supposed to increment a value somewhere, but that value should not be part of the equation. In my dumbass head, I thought the value should be the A value that is changing over time. But the value that is changing over time is changing by the same amount every time, which we can only achieve if we don't fuck around with any of these variables, right? So, Eureka moment number one. Don't fuck with the algorithm, okay? So that's correct then. Okay, now the next thing that is missing is what we're gonna put here, okay? I hope you are entertained by this because I am enjoying this, okay? So I hope that you are entertained by this because this is making me happy. This is brain fireworks to me, right? Okay, so then we just have to figure out what the tick rate is. So if our server tick rate is happening, okay, let's say that our frame rate, which would be our delta value, is 16.6 milliseconds. And our tick rate is 100. No, server time is 100. Then to make the movement from 0 to 1 over a course of 100 milliseconds, we have to take 100 and divide that by 16.6, right? Is that correct? So that's the number of frames it will take. So if we run the same for loop again, maybe I should have written this as a function, right? So we do this 6 times. And instead of dividing by tick, we're dividing by our frame rate. And that should be 6. Well, we can't write 16.02, whatever. We're going to have, it's going to be a little bit off. But what is X now? Wait, did I not change B? Oh, I never reset X. But that is wrong value. So this is not right. A is 0. B is 1. X is A. And Baba is U. Okay. So now, our server tick is 100. Our local delta is 16.6. So if we do this now, we say that okay, let's do this frame by frame. I would expect this to take 6 frames, right? So if we do 6 times delta, we get 99. That's as close to 100, right? As close to 100 as we're going to get without adding or fucking around with fractions, right? So the first time, we're going to say that X is equal to A plus B minus A divided by delta time. Is that right? It is not right. Well, I do have the computation here. Yeah, it's the same thing. Wait, why did I write B minus 1? What insanity is that? B minus A, thank you kindly. Okay, so we've done this once now, okay? We do it twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, and 6 times. That's wrong. That's not right. It's the same. Oh my god. Okay, hang on. 2 times 3, 4, 5. No. Fuck. Okay. X is A. Start again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That is not right. What is A? What is B? What is delta? Why is this wrong? No, hang on. It should be delta divided by 100. No, it shouldn't. Why is it such a small value? Maybe that division should be multiplication. We can see that by just doing the first one here, okay? That is 0.06. If we use multiplication, that is wrong. That is one multiplied by 16.6. That is definitely not the right thing to do. So it would have to be multiplication. But or division? What if we did this though, right? Server. What if we did delta time divided by server, and then I deleted everything. Server time. Okay. So if we say that x is 0, and we say for whatever in range 0 to 6, x is plus equal to 0.16. Whoops. Is that the correct value? So to do this over the course of the server time. But where does the freaking 6 come in then? Because we can do this 6 times, but that doesn't add up here. Actually, I never thought about that. Yes, because that is how many times we're going to use the delta time until we get a new server tick, right? So if we get a server tick every 100 milliseconds, then this is the number that we can do this by. We can keep applying this computation, right? We can keep doing this, and by the time we've done 6 of these, the 7th time that we're going to do this, we actually have a new B and A value, right? The only thing that feels a little bit dodgy here is this. Because if we don't get a new B and A value, then we will be looking at the very wrong value, right? So if we, for instance, if we keep doing this, we are exceeding the final position, right? Let's say that we don't get a new server time. So in our pool, in our sexual harassment pool, we are ending up running this twice for the same data. Twice as in we should have received a new physics or a new server tick, but we never did. So the value that we're looking at is now old. But then we can remove the old value. Okay, the plot thickens. So we could clean out the old value by simply having them expire. But we might not want to clean out all the old values, right? We still have to keep one value in the pool because we might miss a frame. So if we have our server ticks here, we get this frame, and we have the next frame here, but we never get this frame, right? So we get these 2 frames, right? So this is our A and B values, right? So we're interpolating between these 2. But we never get it. We're supposed to interpolate between these 2, but we never get this. So we can ditch A, leaving us with one value in the set. Oh, sorry, it's not a set. One value in the vector. And when we get this one, we are going to have a C value here. So we're going to take this B value and this C value, and we'll interpolate between these 2. Yes, it will move a lot faster if we do that. It will be a bit weird. it will be given like a speed boost. But what can you do about it, right? You can't really do anything about it because you're missing the data. So here, I guess we are. I was going to say, I guess we're extrapolating, but we're still not extrapolating. There has to be like, if we miss another frame where we should have gotten C, but we never get that, that will be D, right? But we never get that frame. So we're looking at these, but we don't get that. So we are now missing 2 frames. That's supposed to be a question mark. You know what the hardest part of programming is? Operating these kinds of software, temporals. All right. So there is no B and anything here. There is B, and then we're missing something here and here, right? So by the time we get what is C for us, really, so that should be C, D, and that should be E, right? I'm going to draw an uppercase E. Why would I? Look at that, how beautiful that is, right? I feel like it's halfway through an email. All right, so we're missing these 2, and we're getting that. So that looks like a but more than curly bracket, right? So here, we will make some kind of fucked up linear we'll draw a path, even though the player might have like skipped around a little bit, right? So between B and E, that will just look funky. But what are you gonna do about it, right? We can get into prediction, and we can go based on A and B. We now have a vector pointing in a direction. We don't get B and the question mark, so we are extrapolating what this is. So we are taking B, and then here our make-believe C is equal to that of B plus B minus A, right? I think. No. We will take, yes, from A to B, right? So B minus A, yeah, so B plus B minus A, right? B plus B minus A, because multiply by whatever fuckery we have, right? You know, the server tick rate, right? So we are guessing. So you were here, now you're here. That means that you're heading in that direction. So you should be here. Even if the player went there and then like, fuck this, and then go straight up instead, right? So we would be like, meow, right? But that is one way of doing it. And I'm wondering if that's the dead reckoning thing. Right? I know it sounds like I'm inventing this stuff while I'm talking about it, but 1, I have no idea what I'm talking about. Okay, let's be clear on that. 2, I am not introducing anything new. I'm not inventing anything here, right? I am extrapolating and thinking and misunderstanding, and you are watching this in real time, right? So just like being clear, so does this guy know math? And all I knew from my PhD in math is wrong because what he says doesn't correlate with reality. Maybe it's me. No. It's never you, okay? Let's be clear on that. It's never you. But I think all this pain and heartache that I'm feeling has certainly warranted another coffee. So if you bear with me while I for a few minutes. Oops, I goofed up again. Resize. I should never move the keyboard, okay? All right, so let's get out of there. Let's go over here. Let's go out of there. Let's go to Project Rust and then cargo run or cargo build release. Let's just let this thing run its course, right? Target release AFK for, let's give me like 2 minutes making coffee and inventing new. Okay, let's just go with making coffee. Okay, all right. Oh, that's the wrong AFK. Oh, shit on you. All right, okay, so it's the wrong AFK, but it'll have to do. Meow, 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 meow. Right. It took a little bit longer because my brain entered an invalid state while I was up there. All right. Let me catch up with you guys. How y'all doing? Let me catch up with chat. Hello, Crypto Cod. Going all polar today. I don't know what that means, but okay. Hello, Kurdo. As with Eddicraft, it's a lifetime of learning. What are we talking about? I know nothing is perfect, but I don't know. I like it, but I don't know how much hard it is to be a real dev. I'm just starting. Oh, I'm missing a lot of context. RX, let me catch up. Smooth movement of other players. What are we doing? Is everyone talking like it's the perfect language? I like the syntax. I was like, why not? Wait, what? Oh my God, sorry, I've missed so much, right? Coffee kills. I'm learning HTML, CSS, JavaScript, starting to learn the service I don't know. Hi, yeah, sorry, Raiders. I completely was mucking about, right? Starting programming with Rust, and I want to know how hard it is. I saw everyone's talking like it's the perfect language. Don't care about what other people say about programming, though, RX, mostly. Kind of late here. What's it trying to do? Flex my brain. I'm trying to make people who know math either feel good about themselves or have an aneurysm. I don't know how that will pan out, right? Hello, Scott. How you doing? So, RX, are you still in chat, or did you get scared off? All right. What's your programming journey looking like right now? Let's talk about that for a second. Let me take a break from the brain grind and do something that I actually know something about, right? Which is interacting with other human beings, right? Hello, Karatai. How you doing? Turning up dangerously close to lunch, I see. Just woke up, so good. Nice, sleeping for a change. Nice. Coffee. This coffee kind of tastes bad. I don't know why, but I think this coffee was not as good as the first coffee I had, right? Wow, why are there roses out there? Okay. Universe, what a scam. No, don't drink that. Normally, coffee kills. I would peruse the tea aisles, and I would quaff the god's potion that is Earl Grey. But I also find that there are health benefits to drinking coffee. Specifically, other people's health do not suffer if I have coffee as much. Coffee has antioxidants and other kind of ants, right? But funnily enough, coffee has health benefits, right? There are coffee is one of those prevalent drinks in all the blue zones as well. I don't live in a blue zone, and I'm probably not gonna be running around in the wild when I'm 110 years old. But here's the hoping, right? Earl Grey. Hooked on London fog. Don't know what that is. Unless you specifically mean the fog in Londres, but no. Pues no. All right, so I guess everyone who joined the raid has now left, so that's sad. But I guess this is just my cross to bear. I'm gonna go back to. I'm almost done with the coffee. I'm gonna go back to suffering math. Right? Are you guys doing okay though? Are you? Do you guys need counseling or help, or do you feel emotional damage from what I'm doing here? Right? Do you feel like you're getting closer to some kind of aneurysm, because this is probably quite simple to a lot of you, and I'm just splashing around in the kiddie pool of math over here, right? But I'm happy to talk about programming languages though for a hot second if anyone wants to, right? I'm on board with that. The thing is, there was someone in chat earlier, and I guess they have left now, who wants to know about Rust and they want to learn it. And it's yelling at 3D printer. Oh, good work, Runtime. What are you yelling? I'm gonna yell at mine soon. I feel accompanied by your stream because I also don't know what I'm doing. Well, there you go, Kurto. Right? Were you formerly Kurglov, or is that someone else? Yeah, so but let's talk about Rust for a second, right? I love Rust programming. I think Rust programming is really fun. It's really great, and I think it's a terrible language for people to learn as their first programming language. Okay, unless you are Kurglov is someone else. Unless you are someone who's heavily into academia type systems and you're a theoretical programmer before you even did anything, I think you should stay. You should definitely stay. Schmeckera, right? Stay a while and listen, and you'll find out that programming has little to do with this. Then you should do Haskell. I mean, you might be right, Scotty. You might be right, but Rust is a terrible first programming language, I think, because when you learn programming, there are some basics that you need to internalize, right? Internalizing knowledge is very important for you to be able to do anything with it, unless you always want to walk around with some kind of dictionary and reference book under your arm, right? It's like, I know people do that, right? People will pick programming, and then they will like constantly refer to like reference books and manuals. There's nothing wrong with that. But something, you shouldn't have to look up how you declare a variable, right? You shouldn't have to look up how you write a function. Although admittedly, I have sometimes forgot the FN keyword, which makes it look like I don't know how to write functions. But still, you shouldn't have to look up the basics. And to learn the basics, there should be as little friction as possible between you and your goal. And Rust is adding a lot of friction, okay? If you are familiar with the basic concept of programming, then Rust is fine, right? You can go from, how do I declare a variable, to why can't I modify this variable that I have declared and initialized with a value, but I forgot what the MUT keyword was, right? So, what other language have you written code in? Many languages. I've written Pascal Basic, PHP, Delphi, which is basically Visual Pascal. I have written Objective-C and Swift and Python and JavaScript and Rust, and I have dabbled in other languages, but I'm not going to list them, right? Just because I spent like a week with SIG or whatever. I'm not going to put SIG as a language that I've, I'm not going to list that as a language, right? I started very early, and my gray is not hair from coloring. That was backwards, wasn't it? My gray is not hair. I started very early. Let's undo that. I started very early, and my hair is not gray from coloring, right? But my gray is not hair either. It's a bit of brain. Some of it even mine. You are gross. Okay. What a Chad. What a cat. People are programming English now and internalizing nothing. Yeah, but then that just means CryptoCard that you have to keep programming in English, right? Those of you who watched the stream I did with Christoph yesterday, I was kind of surprised by his take on it. It changes a little bit of how I think of him as a person, but not in a bad way, right? Or should we leave it in a little bit of silence, and then I say something like, Christoph is just a vibe coder. And that's enough silence that you should be able to take a clip and like remove that part. And then, oh, sorry, I should have been more deadpan, right? No, what if someone actually sends this to Christoph and he'd be like, what? Why? Why would he say that about me, right? Anyway, a joke that goes too far. We all been there, right? Well, I say we all, but me and my wife, right? But okay, so I was a bit surprised to hear that if he could, he would just let the lemmings drive, right? The reason I thought that he was more like me, someone who did programming for the sake of programming, someone who enjoyed the journey, someone who chases the brain dolphins, those little firework displays that happens in your brain when you manage to put things together, right? And you start to understand and internalize things, or you come up with a solution to a particular delicious problem, and pieces fit and you feel like you're on top of the world, right? I'm chasing that high, right? Programming is crack. I always thought that. But I'm chasing that, and I was surprised to hear that Christoph wasn't the same, right? I actually thought that he was someone who wouldn't vibe code for the very reason that there's nothing fun about it. He wants the end product. The reason he doesn't vibe code, as he puts it, is because he thinks that his output is better than the lemming. But I don't think that's true for everyone. I certainly don't think that's always true, and I certainly don't think that's true for me. Right? We could just take this problem to ChatGPT, be like, here's my server, here's my client, here's my server tick, and here's the position history. Now fuck this up so we have interpolation, and then that, right? Which makes it a little bit awkward when people say that I wrote this thing and then they clearly didn't, right? They should say I outsourced this thing. But jokes aside, right? You gotta program the way you want to. There's no gatekeeping, right? There shouldn't be anyway, at least. But yeah, internalizing. This is why. I mean, there's someone out there. I know Rensky could solve this problem for me in 10 seconds, right? I'd be like, take the reins, Rensky. And he'd be like, boop, beep, boop, boop, boop. And it's done, right? Followed by, and off we go, right? But what does that mean to me? I've just outsourced my problem, right? Which I had to do with the collision detection. Fuck, that was hard, man. But I wouldn't learn anything, right? Unless after Rensky did the work, he sat down and patiently explained everything to me until I understood it. But I'm not going to put other people through that. So instead, I put myself through that. I'm almost done with my coffee, so we're almost going back to the code now. But yes, I started programming when I was an itty bitty baby. I started programming in BASIC, and it was fun. I always know what I want to do, right? Be a programmer. And there was a moment when everyone in the world turned into vibe coders, and I was sitting there going, all by myself. And I thought, no one enjoys programming anymore, but they do. They do enjoy programming. Many people do. And I think it's horrible that people who enjoy programming the way I do are being forced to program differently. I think that's horrible. That is taking something that was many people's dream jobs and basically turning the dream into a nightmare. And now what are you going to do, right? You're fucked because this is your career now. Oh, is that? What are you talking about? It's my mate Celine Dion, right? We're like this, me and Celine, and that like old man she married. Maybe that's why I think I was shocked with her. How you doing, Neil? And how you doing today, Luasoft? Togglebit-live, right? How you doing, crisscross applesauce? What are you up to? Wrangling pythons. One of my main reasons for ditching Windows for Linux was that batch files absolutely sucks for anything useful, and I can't be bothered running git bash and wsl. Ditching Windows because of batch files, that's a strong feelings about the old autoexec.bat, right? And command.sys. Now you might have an idea how old I am, right? No, I mean, like, that's I mean, applaud you for making a move, right? But that's why the batch files were like not like the random reboots, the intrusive spying on your personal data, shoving ChatGPT into every orifice while you're trying to use the computer. That didn't bother Kerdov, but fucking batch files, man. I've had it, okay? That's the last straw, okay? Weak ass syntax is why I left, right? Still Python, but I make some progress in the Rust book. Dude, man. The book claims I know a lot by now, but I don't feel the same. Why is that, Chris? Why do you not know? But there is a way back. No, gab. There is. You don't have to use it just because it's there. There are still people making things by hand. You just gotta make sure that you program for you and not for likes and subscribes, right? Please like and subscribe. If you're on YouTube. If you're on Twitch, that one is a bit more expensive. Maybe we should all do like Mr. Neofetch and take up farming. My kid has been tinkering again. But no one noticed that one, not even Scott, who otherwise has a hawk eye. Okay, almost done. I think if programmers took up farming, we'd all be dead within a week. It'd be like, this is taking a lot of time. Can we automate this? And by the time we have our first implementation of the farm, the cows are starved to death or exploded from not being milked. The hay is all fucked and rotten. There are no crops. They have failed a long time ago. But there's a guy in the corner with an Arduino Uno and a Raspberry Pi going, I think I got it this time. But by then, we've all died, right? We never ate again. I mean, for the production mainly, companies are expected to use it and produce faster. Yeah, and that is the sad thing. But here's the thing, right? One of our community members, he's also a streamer, right? You might have seen him on Twitch. He streams quietly to music, and he will flex on any of you if you think you're as good as him, right? It's Musean, right? If you knew roughly how good he was at programming, and you asked him what he does for a day job, it would just boil your brain. Right? The guy is seriously one of the better programmers I have run into out there. And last I heard, he was cutting tarmac and doing roadworks. That's what he does for a living. And at the same time, he's this like genius programmer, right? And that's kind of funny, right? That is a little bit fun. But he used to work with compiler optimization. So he knows languages and compilers inside out pretty well, right? There are a few people who I will trust when they tell me something around programming, but he's one of them, right? When he goes, do this for the purpose of this, then I will just blindly follow. If he tells me to rename all my variables to Kevin, I will do so, right? That's how much I trust his experience in programming. And he does roadworks for a living, right? Why isn't Gentoo Linux as popular as Arch? Because no one says I use Gentoo, by the way. And also, compiling your packages takes forever. Who's got time for that, right? I was a Gentoo user or a Gentoo user for a while. I was a Gentoo user before Portage was a thing. I remember compiling Firefox. It took half an hour. Oh, those were the days, right? I use Nixos now. By the way, and wrap my Rust up with Nix. I'm sorry to hear that, Readyfire. I'm sure you will find your way out of that snake pit eventually, right? But you are in my thoughts. Okay. Anyway. Okay, should we get back to the part when I fail at math and you get to laugh at it, right? Okay. Yes, do it, you freaking nerd. Okay. Let's go back to the math then. Blah, 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 blah. There we go, right? So it's not really focus mode, but I'm not reading chat because I don't want you guys to give me the answer. I love you, you're wonderful. I will marry you one day. But until that day, I have to figure shit out for myself, right? So where were I? We're going to do this, and I'm going to think about the interpolation for a second, right? So what did we conclude there, okay? In the process of internalizing knowledge. In interpolation, during the interpolation, we must generate the same step size every time. we cannot modify any of the input variables, A, B, or C, right? If we modify any of those, the interpolation will give us a different result. But it is depending on being based on the same result or the same input every time, because otherwise you will never reach the expected output. This will happen. The thought here was this will happen n number of times, or rather it should be the frame time divided by the delta time to get the number of times that this should happen. Oh, sorry, the time step divided by the delta time to get the number of times this should happen before we should expire what is in the queue. So we expire the values that we're gonna interpolate between, and instead we are adding a new value at the end of it. So we must always keep the last value that we interpolated to. Right? I think that's correct. And if that is correct, then I didn't really have to look any of this up on the interwebs. I could refer to my other implementations that we made, which probably came from looking something up on the interwebs, right? This is not a flex, this is a reflection. A reflection, if you will. Don't need that. Okay. It's my hand. Okay, so if we were to do that, then our interpolation is the latest value that we interpolated to going to the latest value that we received. We're not doing the path yet. So the latest value we interpolated to. Then we could include the server time. So we know how much time has passed between the values. Will that be correct though? Is that true? Okay, let's test the knowledge and then move on to the first stage of implementation. It's getting really warm in here now, and I need to do something about that. So hang on to your sockets. All right. Well then, you better not be behaving badly. Okay, so I need to get a fan in here, or AC, or, you know, an iceberg. But what am I doing? There's no sound in here. There's no music today. Okay, so we are where? We are going. We're gonna restart. There's no history. Fuck. There's a history. Okay. Python. Yeah. All right. Fine. Let's forget about that. So let's say that we have a position. That is a past position, and that is at 2. And we have our present, our current, because I can't spell present when I think about birthdays, right? That is 4. We have a server tick, server time, or a server tick that is supposed to be 100 milliseconds, right? So it's going to be 1 second divided by 100. That's a server time. We have our delta time, which is 1 second. Now, fill my stick. Whoopsie. We have our delta time, which is 1 divided by 60. All right. So this should be 16.6, right? 0.016. And the server time should be larger. And it is. Okay. Right. So we have everything we need now to do the interpolation. So how many delta times do we observe? Well, that's going to be server time divided by delta time. Okay. So our destination is now the same as our past. Then that's important, because otherwise we will just interpolate between these two values, but not include that value. Right. Anyway, so for whatever in a range of 0 to server time divided by delta time, we're now saying that our destination is going to plus equal our past plus our current minus our past multiplied by delta time? Fuck. Oh, you gobbin. Okay. Sorry for cursing in your general direction. It's just how I was raised. The wolves, they just did that. That is not right at all. Okay, so I thought that was gonna be correct, but it is not correct. No. Why is that not correct? Wait, why is that not correct? This part is correct, right? We have the previous value plus the wait, is that no? We have a previous value, or the destination minus that times that. That's the step, right? I would have thought that was going to be the step. Right? Well, we can look at this by saying past plus current, current minus past. That is 4. That makes sense. And we multiply that by delta time. That is 2 point whatever. That is not right. That is also not right. What if we do delta time divided by server time? Is that correct, maybe? No, because whatever the value is, it should be... We should be 0.3 or 33 with a lot of extra 3s, but we don't care about those. We are supposed to do this 6 times, right? So for our destination to go from past to there, we have to do this. We have to increment it by 2, and we have to do that 6 times. So how do we get this value, right? Server time divided by delta time. All right. And then that's not right. What about delta time divided by server time? That is also not right. That is only half the destination, half the distance. These two look the same. They look fine, I mean. I could just go back into the history and look at it, but I want to try to understand this, right? So that's the distance. That is 4 minus 2. That is how far we need to travel, right? We need to travel 2 units, and we need to do so over 6 frames. Is the 6 frames correct, though? Yeah, because we're supposed to do that over 100 milliseconds. And we reached 100 milliseconds by doing 6 steps of increments of 16 milliseconds, 16.6 milliseconds. So doing 16.6 milliseconds 6 times takes us very close to 100, right? Which is the number of milliseconds we want. So I need to get this value. This value looks almost like it is something, but it isn't. Okay, let's make sure the math is right. So that's A plus B minus A times time. So it definitely is the time value. So delta time divided by server time is is that, and server time divided by delta time is 6. So how do we get 0.03? Is it gonna be delta times server time? Server. No, that's transient, I believe. Is that correct? Transitive or transient. What does it mean? Multiplication is either transitive or transient. Meaning it doesn't matter what order you put it. Transitive properties of proof. A binary relation R on set X is transitive if all elements A, B, C in X, whenever R relates to A to B and B to C, then R also relates to A to C. Every partial order and every equivalence relation is transitive. So it is transitive, not transient. What is transient then? Proof wiki. Oh, broken. Consider the decay equation. I would, but this needs JavaScript, all right? All right, but that wasn't really telling me what I was looking for. Transient state, maybe that will help me. I don't know. I don't have to care, but I do. Okay, a system is said to be transient or in a transient state when a process variable or variables have been changed and the system has not yet reached a steady state. No. I think this is transient in math that we need to look for. Transient refers to state or behavior of a system that occurs after a change and before it reaches a steady state. This consists of applied differential equations and system theory where transient terms may diminish over time as the system stabilizes. Transient as it is transitioning. Okay, so maybe it's derived from transitioning. Okay. I don't remember why I looked at this now. Anyway, multiplication. We'll look. So yes, that is not the same as this, but in multiplication it is, right? Either way, this is not the right value. So how do we get 0.3 out of server time and delta time? Why do we need 0.3? Because that's the number that we need to multiply by, all right? I'm going to have to look up what we did, the whole ABC thing, or X, maybe. Okay, maybe I have to look it up then. Somewhere I've done something wrong. Maybe in what I did was that I said the server time was 100 and that the delta time was 16.6, right? That should be the same 0.16, right? Yeah. And that is also 6. Yeah, that's the number of times we're going to do this. Well, that would be the difference divided by 6 as the increment. But that's the whole point of the... Wait, is it that we're supposed to add 0.3? 6 times? Yeah. Right. So the value, the outcome. Okay, I see where I'm goofing up, right? It's not that the server time and the delta time should result in 0.3. It's that the past and the current is the past plus current minus past multiplied by something should equal 0.3. That's what it is. And that is not it. And what if we do server time divided by delta time. What if we do delta time divided by server time? This is guest-driven development. This is not right. Oh, bollocks. Floating points. All right. So what did I do previously? All right. I give up. I have to go and look it up. Okay. Back in time ago. All right. We went to, past you and you. Okay. Here we go. Right. Now we're back. So delta time divided by server time is what we did. So, but that might not be right. So if we did this 6 times, that wouldn't be right, would it? It would be right. Fuck. Why is this right then? Okay, what if we change A to be 1 and B to be 2? There we go. It isn't correct. There is a mistake in what I have written here. And also, no, that's the same. I thought presidents would evaluate this and then multiply that. Well, that probably doesn't matter. Okay, so as long as A is 0 and B can be whatever, this is correct. This will always get us close to B. So there is a flaw in what I've written. Okay, let's have a quick look at the implementation. So it's old plus new minus old. All right. I think at this point, I will not forget that. All right. So it's old plus new minus old. It's the time unit that I'm goofing up here. And I don't know how I am successfully doing that, but I am. Goofing time. Okay. So it was a false positive. I thought I was heading in the right direction. Because I can sort of discount that as a margin of error, right? That is not gonna be exact equal to, right? That is as close to 1 as we're gonna get. And server time divided by delta time is not a nice round number. So it's 6 point whatever. So we should take 0.96 and we should add 0.996 plus 0.996 times 0.240963 whatever, right? Nope, that is also wrong. I thought that would equate to... that is definitely wrong, right? Who would have thought that guest-driven math doesn't work? But maybe all of this is just... like... The things that are correct is this part, right? This value is the wrong value, right? This value here is incorrect. But this part, up until the wrong value, is correct. So we know that we cannot modify A or B when we do this calculation. We can't modify that. We have because it has to always generate the same output. We know that we can do roughly 6 ticks in one server time tick. We can get roughly 6 deltas out of one server time. So if we did it only once, that should equal to 2. So if we say a plus times 1, this, depending on what a is. Okay, let's say that a is 0, b is 1. Let's say that a is 10 and b is 12. Actually, it doesn't matter what b is. It can be 1020, right? Even so, if the time value that we're passing, if t is equal to 1 second, and we're supposed to do this over 1 second, then if we're supposed to do this over server time, and we let that exact amount of time progress, then it's going to be server time divided by server time. So it will be a plus b minus a times this should equal to 1010. No, it isn't. It gets us there. It's the final destination. Wait, does it mean that we start at 0 then? I thought this would have made it... Oh, someone's annoyingly flying a drone around here. So this makes it into... It's going to reach where so it doesn't matter what a is then, does it? So if a is equal to 0, it will always be 1020. It will always end at b. Huh. So that's another misconception then. When we are done, we are at B. Okay. B is the destination. But then that doesn't work. If we say that our position is equal to that of A, and we say that our position is plus equal to A plus, well, that's just going to be 1, right? That would be wrong. So our position that should start, well, it isn't wrong because A is something, A is 0. But if we do this, and the position is A, and we do this, now that's in the wrong place. Fuck. So that was not correct. Stupid zeros tricking me. Okay, but then I'm unsure then I'm unsure what I'm missing here, right? The sadness of the empty cup. Okay. Then that is a misconception. So what does this thing do then? We have a lerpier function if we go to here. That doesn't involve the coordinates, right? Actually, since we have this function, why don't we just say that x is equal to that? Well, okay, now I'll call them A, B. It should be anyway, it doesn't matter. Why bother infesting the cold stack when we don't have to? Still. Lerp between A and B. And this only gives me the right value if we use 0 for A. So that is not correct. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's see how we're using this then on the client to do. That's the wrong update function. This one. We are assigning the position to that. Wow. So it's this number that is growing. Is that it? Is this number growing until we reach the destination? But what if the alpha time was 0? What would that mean? That would mean that we have just received a new physics step. Right? My neighbor is flying a drone and I have a teenage daughter. This leaves me with a bit of an icky feeling, right? Anyway. So it's actually this value that is changing. And the closer this value gets to 1, the closer we are here. So, okay, I thought that this value should be constant, but that was an incorrect assumption. These two cannot change. This value has to increase. And it has to go from 0 to 1. I think that's how it is. Okay, let's try that hypothesis out for a hot minute. Okay. Okay, so if our current position, and we are reassigning, right, is equal to, and then we do the same thing here, right? If we do 0, what is, whoopsie, what is our position? Right, and if we do 1, it should be 120. Okay, I think we're in business, right? So 0.5 should be halfway there, which is 110 divided by 2. Sorry, no, it isn't. It's 1010 divided by 2, which is 505, right? So position is now 515 because that's the halfway point. Okay. Okay. So if we multiply this position by 2, then we get 1020. Now we get 1030, which is the difference between 0 and 120, right? No, it isn't. That's not right at all. Oh my God, hang on. Okay. Why is it 1030? That would be the end result. That would be a total distance traveled if we were at 0, right? So 1 is still the correct value. And 0 is going to be the A value. So we're not supposed to plus equals, right? And we don't. We just say equal. Okay, right. So the alpha value has to go from 0 to 1. That is what we have to do. So that is the value that has to increment. Okay. So how do we go from 0 to 1 where, well, we take 1 divided by 6, right? That's the number of increments we have to add to the time value for it to lead to the right place. And we're not using plus equals then. We are assigning every time, and the t value is changing. Okay, so let's try that out then, okay? So we'll say that A is 10, B is 25. We know that our server time is 100 and our delta time is 16. So server time divided by delta time is 6. So we're looking at 1 divided by server time divided by delta time as the increment, right? So if we say t is 0 for I in, actually we don't have to say the t is 0, we can say I in 0 to 6, then the value is equal to A minus B. No, it's, soon I can type this pi in my sleep at least, right? Multiply by I times inc. Is that right? Print value. Fuck is that now? That's not right in anyone's book, is it? What is inc? What is inc times 2? So if A is 10 and B is 20, at the second step, we should have moved to second out of 3. All right, the third step, right? We should have moved halfway there, and that is what that looks like. Yet the value says something completely different. Why is it 10 followed by minus 4.9? Oh, right. Okay, yeah, see it. Shut up, brain. Okay, I think we might be there this time, okay? So if we say the B is 100, then we should end up with a value close to 100, right? We do. Although, why this only happens twice, I don't understand. This should happen 6 times. Oh. Whoops. Anyway, listen, okay? It's been a long day. Is that right, though? 10 to 84. Okay, what is B? Is 100. Okay, let's do this for good measure. That doesn't sit right with me. Okay. No, there's something isn't right here either. Okay. Close but no cigar. Okay, let's assign T in here, okay? No, just end, please. There we go. I was supposed to print out what T was. Let's just do that instead. Okay, so we're getting close to 100. Is my ink value wrong? I think maybe my ink value is wrong. No. To do this over the server time, we have to increment this by the server time divided by the delta, right? We have to do this 6 times. No, that's the loop counter. Yeah, that's why we take 1 divided by this. So doing this 6 times should get us close to that. 7 would be too many, right? Yeah. So we end up with some residual value, but that's okay. Okay, let's say that our delta time is not 16. Let's say that it's 15 then. Is that going to be a little bit less frustrating, maybe? Unsurprisingly. Wait. Oh yeah, I mean, we are dividing the server time by that. I don't know why I'm surprised by that. But then again, what aren't I surprised by these days? All right, let's look at the for loop again. But why is the for loop seemingly lacking 1? See, shouldn't this end on 94, right? The inc value is 0.15. And, well, no, because now this changes the counter, right? So we are looking at 1... No, we're looking at server time divided by delta time. 6.6, not 6. Whoops. Right? Why is this done 7 times, not giving us a larger value? Why is this not 9? Well, why isn't this more than 1? All right. Inc is 15. So if we do 15 times, oh, because it has to be 10 for, no, it has to be, so if it's 6 times is that, and then 7 times it's over. Okay, so 6 is the closest we can get before we are over. But why is this not showing it as being over? Because I is never going to be more than 6. It's going to go up to 6. You guffin. Okay, but then that's fine. If we gave it 1 extra, I mean, that would be wrong, but if we did it just to see it, then this should look fine. Right? This is where we are over. So if we say 7 here, this number multiplied by the value should then be where we want to be, right? No, we already done that, maths, you pillock. What fucking number is this now then? Oh, hang on. No. I think B is a large number. Yeah. So if we did the final calculation and saying that A plus B minus A times, and then we did 7 times inc, that is as close to, that is over that value. Okay, so I think this is correct now. So even if we change A, as long as we change B accordingly, it doesn't matter if A is 1,000 instead, right? This should still lead us to the same value, yeah? More or less. Why is it not the same value? Is 6 still less? It is less. In that case, we are fine, I think. I think 6 is always going to be less and 7 is always going to be more. So if we say that B is 9,999, 6 will be less than that. and 7 will be more than that. Yeah. Okay. I think, therefore I scam. I think this is the right thing. So when we go over to the next tick, this thing will reset. So we will do this 6 times. And then from 6, it will become 0. And when it becomes 0, that means that A has a new value. A has become B, which leaves... not PA, so A is that. Yes, so A becomes B, which means that when this thing ticks over, well, not 0, it might be something else, but whatever. When it ticks over, it will be... we will be looking at B for that, right? So we will have a new value. So if we were to type out A and B, and then we say that A is equal to B, and B is equal to some other larger value, it doesn't matter because we're going to start from A anyway going forward. Okay, so now I think I have this. This is about the time going up, not about the... it's about the time going up, not about the... these values changing, and whatever is on the left of the equal sign isn't included in the conversation. It's just the result of this. So the value that we assign from here is not built on top of its current position. It is directly replaced by the interpolation. Okay, so what can we say then? We don't modify the existing value that we calculate, we replace it. A and B are never changing for the same interpolation. Only T is changing, and T has to grow until it has exceeded the server time. Then it needs to reset to 0 again, and A and B needs to be swapped. So we will go 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Sad face. I think I got it this time. I think this is right. But I don't have any more coffees to drink today, so that's not going to happen. I have exceeded my lunch time as well, which is problematic because now I have to make a choice. But I don't have to make it right this second. So let's figure out the only thing we have to figure out is what is T? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. No T. Right? Okay, so we can say that okay, let me do this. Terrible at maths, no way. Skill issue be gone. Okay, that's today's post. Okay, so thoughts around linear interpolation. When it comes to server timing and server timing. Okay, so whoopsie. What are we saying then? So we're gonna have we need a history of positions from the server. These positions are replaced for every tick, except that the last position in the history becomes the first position. So given this input, server frame 1, we have position 0, 0. No interpolation, as we lack a second position.
server frame 2 has a position of 1, 0. Interpolate between 0, 0 and 1, 0. We will skip writing out the interpolation here. Server frame 3 sends position 2, 0. So at this point, the history is 0, 0. Here, the history is 0, 0, 1, 0. Here, the history is now 2. No, it isn't. It's 1, 0 to 2, 0, right? Calling it history is a little bit wild, but we're gonna have to plot a path and fuck around with that later. But at least this is falling into place. So we are going to interpolate between the current and the past frame, where t is equal to server time divided by the delta time. It says there, it should say where. So the server time divided by delta time plus t, or rather plus equals, right? This is the part that I feel is a little bit icky because there's something not right here. Interpolation is done as a plus b minus a times t, where t is a value between 0 and 1. The increment of t is that of target time divided by tick time. So if the target time, if the interpolation time, the total interpolation time is 100 milliseconds and the tick rate is 16.6 milliseconds, then increment t by 16.6 until t reaches 100 milliseconds. Now 100 is going to be the wrong value here, right? So until t, so you have to say this. That is wrong. I see it, you see it, calm down. T is a value between 0 and 1. So we need to increment t, target time divided by tick time. 1 divided by target time divided by tick time. That's it. So if the total interpolation is 100 millisecond and tick rate is 16.6 millisecond, then increment t by 1.0 divided by 100 divided by 16.6. Until t is equal to 1. However, there's an error here, okay? T must not be allowed to exceed 1. Could that be done with clamping then? So we lerp and clamp T. No. T should be reset on physics frame, right? So for each server time step, T should become 0. It is very strange to store the T value in there as something that increments as part of this, but I kind of understand it. So when the server ticks, T becomes 0. We still have to clamp T. T has to be clamped should the server fail to deliver a value before the, do we call it server time? Before the server time. It has to be clamped should the server fail to deliver a value before the server time. Before the server delivers the next frame. Given some lag, it is possible Okay, I think this is right. The only thing that sort of feels weird to me is how this T value is everywhere, right? It becomes part of the state. But that's okay, right? I can now do this. So I can interact with you guys because I think that I have solved this now. So on the client, on the game state, we are gonna do server delta, which is a floating point value that starts off at 0. I wonder if my neighbor heard me say that I thought the drone thing was a bit icky. And I slammed the window. And I don't hear the drone anymore. Now I feel a bit bad. Now I feel guilty. Fuck you, conscience. Okay. Anyway. Okay, how y'all doing? Food is brain power. You are 100% correcto. Alright. Never mind, it's the same thing. Well, listen, if it's still there tomorrow, just talk to the doctor about it, right? Okay, so for every fixed update, for every server tick that we receive, I think here we should say that state.server deltoid is 0. Okay. So we reset that. And then so these things might be wrong, but we're just going to observe the server delta, right? So for our update, we are going to say state.server delta plus equals the fixed step divided by F32. I think that's correct. And then we print out server delta. Like that. Okay. Let's run this. And whoops, wait until the server is running before you try to do that. It should go from 0 up to 1. Actually, it goes up to 100, but I think that's it. Nope, it went way beyond that. I have goofed up the math somewhere, but kind of not. Well, I certainly fucked that up. Whatever that is vastly incorrect. Holy goat cannoli. Okay. Let's do it here. There we go. Whew, that was exciting, wasn't it? Okay, now it is somewhat correct. It is not being clamped, but it is getting somewhere. We have to do a little bit of a division. So, because that's going to be time as f32 divided by fixed step instead. I think that might be right. Wow, this has been really fun, and I hope you guys didn't die too much from this. We are definitely going above that value, so that's wrong. Okay, fine. I have to think then like a pleb. So the amount is gonna be. I just wrote this down. How stupid can you be? Like, shh. Okay. 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 Wait, why are you so big, baby? Okay, let's refer to the notes then. How to increment? Increment t by 1.0 divided by 100 divided by 16.6. Is that correct? Let's go into Fend and let's say 100 divided by 16.6 is approximately that. And then we take 1.0 and we divide that by that. 0.16. That is correct. So why are we not seeing those numbers? We are incrementing this by 1 divided by the server time divided by the delta time. They are different. So that would make sense. That is still wrong. Wait, we have the server lag. Let's turn off the lag. Let's disable the lag. Hello, Quickside. How are you going? Are you quicksating on anything exciting today? Yes. Oh my god, you hairy goblin. Okay, it is correct. It's the lag that I was handcrafting in there that freaked me up a little bit, right? So we need to say that server delta is equal to wait, how do we do this? State.server delta dot clamp 0 to 1. Can we do that? And does this return a value? It does. Well, Quickside, you missed the most exciting, boring thing ever, and I'm sorry to tell you this, but here's where we are, right? Yes, all the ones that we see here are a result of the server lag. So we're gonna be moving, and then we're gonna be lagging, and then we're gonna be moving, and then we're gonna be lagging, and then we're gonna be moving. Okay. So now we can interpolate everything by the freaking server delta. So the sprite position is equal to position lerp from the previous position to the current position with server.server delta. State, you imbecile. Oh my god. Okay. But I think we might be missing something. Something missing here. Alright, we are still gonna run the lag though, because the lag is important, so I get to feel like a big boy. Are we right in the history? We are. But we are not doing what I said that we should be doing. Well, kind of. We're storing the last one. Let's just run this and see what happens. Okay. Oh my garb. Look at that. Oh my freaking goodness. Okay, first, set no spell, please. Okay, no spell on you. Secondly, let's abort that. Let's disable the server lag. I am positively bristling with excitement right now. Disable the server lag. Is this going to be smooth movement? Okay. Fuck, that's not smooth. I mean, it's not bad, but it's not as smooth as it should be. Why is it not smoothies? Why are you not smoothie? It's like no interpolation is happening. Why? It was better with the lag? Man, that's super depressing. All right, let's reduce the lag. You lagger. That's not smooth at all. It was smoother at 450. What changed? Man, I was so excited. What did I do differently? Yeah, see, now it's smooth. And we have the lag in there, but it's doing what it's supposed to be doing. So I'm going to go and stand on top of this guy and I'll be about 450 milliseconds behind, right? Why is the lag making this thing look better? Okay. Oh, I was thinking that maybe it was good. Do we need to reset the delta every time? No, that can't be right because No, we only reset that when the server ticks. If we reset the delta, I think it's going to behave very strangely now. Yeah, because we reset the delta even though there's nothing there. This should not do anything that affects it, right? So this is kind of a fucked up thing to do, but I think this is the only way this is going to look okay here. But now we need to reduce the lag, and it's the lag monster that is coming to get us, right? I think maybe it will be less fuckery now. That's technical terms you wouldn't understand. No, I mean, look, it is vastly better, but it is still doing something wrong. We are following the path of this guy larping in a circle around this lerper, but we are not seeing it smooth. There's no there's no smooth interpolation. Why is there no smooth interpolation there? Indeed. Okay, let's go back to where we update this thing. Let's just print out the server delta again. There we go. That wouldn't do anything, right? That would just mean that well, yes, it would. It would stop our game from running, right? If you blocking the render thread for 450 milliseconds, then you're not going to see anything smooth, right? So the short answer is no. But we're going to see what happens now. What does our output say? I will be here now. Is this? Yeah, there's no difference here. Okay, let's stop it. It goes up to 1.8 and then 1 and then there to there. I think the issue is a little bit more devious than that. I think the issue comes from the values that we are sending, okay? I think that's what's happening. So in my fantastic write-up here, thoughts around linear interpolation when it comes to server timing and other things that leaves you sleepless. Okay. What we're doing when we get new values is that we replace the old value, right? But when we did the interpolation with the lag, the old values weren't replaced. So what I think that we're doing is that we're not sending, or rather we're not dealing with the data as we should be dealing with the data. I think what is happening is that we don't, okay, like this. We are on the server here and we're ticking along like tickety ticks, right? So here is frame 0. Here's frame 1, and I wrote 0. But remember that we have like a 450 millisecond delay. So here we will have received a ton of inputs, maybe. So the output here is not going to be 2 positions. It's going to be shitloads of positions, all right? And we erase the oldest position and make that the newest position in the history, the oldest position. And then we add a new position on top of that, right? But we do this in a loop. So in the first iteration, we have the A and B inside our collection. So we pop A and we do a swap remove. So we have B and nothing, right? So we just have B in there. Then we get the next set of values, right? C, D, and E maybe from the server. What do we do? Well, no, when we get these values, we are... Okay, so this I wrote this up the wrong way. So this is what's incoming. Fuck, piss, biscuits. No. Okay. First frame we get 0, 0. Second frame we get 1, 0. So now this is our history. Okay. Third frame we get 2, 0. So we make this our history. And how do we do this? Well, we take the newest value in the history and make that the oldest value, and then we add the next value on here. But what happens when in the frame after that, we get an onslaught of data? So we get 3, 0, 4, 0, 5, 0. Well, we do this in a loop. So we do this, and then in the next iteration, we do this. Even though the game, the player, never saw this to this. They never saw that. Instead, they are seeing the interpolation between these two by the time we're done with the loop. That is the problem. So we have basically unact movements in there that we have to play back. Right. We can see this firsthand by just looking at the code here. We're doing this in a while loop, right? So if it's not the player, then we're going to be getting a bunch of entries. Let's count entries, okay? Count to 0. For every non-player position update we get, we increment the count by 1 because that's how counting works. And at the end of this, we're going to print out what the update count was for remote entities. So remote entities position update count, because I like many words. Okay, let's run this again. And let's run this here. And let's float this. And these numbers are a lot larger than you expect, right? We're getting thousands of values in that. That is, by the way, not right. That is very wrong somehow. It shouldn't be that many entities, but that hopefully makes sense, right? We're getting a whole bunch of positions, right? Let's look at the positions we are getting, okay? So we'll draw a little line in the sand here. Game print line We're not gonna print out the server delta anymore. Instead, here we're gonna print out what it is that we're getting. All right, so let's print out the position. This is the new position. No count for you. So we're looking at how many positions are we getting in one frame now. And if the answer is more than 1, that means that we are replacing the wrong one, right? All right, that is just mental, right? Where is the line in the sand? Here. Actually, let's go from here to the line in the sand. There are 2,500 updates that we are getting. We probably shouldn't be sending 2,500 updates. But you know what's wonderful in all of this? That this thing was quite obvious to discover. Once we've done once we are done with the mathematical stuff, once we're done fucking around with the interpolation, the rest of the stuff is easy to deal with, right? It's just a matter of not I don't know why we get so many positions. But anyway, I am very sorry to tell you that I have to go now. I don't want to, but I have to. I have to eat food and go on a call. And then we'll do something, okay? But if you guys want more Rust, you can look at what Uncle Scientist is doing, right? I will be back. Sorry, Verse Warrior. Yes, that's 3,000 glorious entities. I will be back either tonight or tomorrow Remember that next week I'm gone. I'll be bouncing around Germany going like, das ist nicht mein Automobil, right? And it'll be great. I'll see you guys hopefully for my next stream. Have a wonderful day.